Welcome, everybody. I'm Sensei Jay, and I'm delighted to welcome you to the live stream with WaffleCopters here on Meta's Horizon Worlds YouTube channel. I want to remind you that after the tour that we do, we will be doing a Q&A, a question and answer session, so you can put your comments directly into the comment section, ask your questions, and then we will do a Q&A where your questions will be answered by WaffleCopters. I am delighted to now introduce to you the amazing WaffleCopters.
Thank you for that intro. Hi, I'm WaffleCopters. I'm one of the creators here in Horizon. I mostly make puzzle worlds that are kind of like escape rooms. I've also made some laser tag and party games as well, but mostly focus on puzzles. And today, I'm going to walk you through a few of my worlds, share some of my own journey as a creator, what I've learned along the way, how I've evolved, and also share some tips and tricks I've learned on how to build puzzles and how I think I've gotten maybe a little better at them over time than when I first started. And so with that, we're going to take a little run through the hallway of this world into the main space where we'll pick up the conversation from there. So if you'll follow me, we're going to walk through this hallway. It's a little bit of a trek, but give a little bit of intro to the world. And as we're walking through, we're going to actually skip the first puzzle. I'm going to try to spoil as few puzzles as possible today, but some will definitely be spoiled, but nothing big or major. All right, and down here. All right, and so we're just going to head into the main room. All right, I think this will be a good place to hang out for a little bit. So this is the main room of a world called Puzzle Zen Metal. It's one of the oldest worlds that I've made in Horizon. Actually, it's quite a while now, at least just in my own personal journey. And I made this when the tools that Horizon provides were in a much simpler state. So the puzzles themselves are a lot simpler. And in a minute or two, I'll tell you about some of the aspects of this world that I think will share some of my own journey, but I'll also talk about puzzle design. But first, I just wanted to take a moment to share a little bit about how I got started and why I build puzzles. And everyone has their own interest of what they build, and I think it's helpful to understand where that comes from. So I've always loved puzzles, and I think a huge part of why I build them is just because I like them. And it's a silly reason, but it's true. But also, though, building the puzzles is a way to share them with other people. If I build a puzzle world or an escape room and a bunch of other people go play it, that's almost like me saying, "Hey, let me show you this cool puzzle." It literally is me saying that. So it's a great way to share that passion and hobby with others. But there's two other reasons I build puzzles that have been my motivation since the first one I ever made. And the first is I think a lot of people, don't really, have the strongest sense of pride in their own intelligence. I think, we all find school hard and challenges in life. And I've seen so many people, and I'm like, do you want to do a puzzle? Respond with, oh, I'm not that smart, which is really sad because everyone's smart and we all have something to offer. And so what I love about puzzle worlds is they create a very safe place for a person to say, I'm so smart. I just solved that puzzle. I want to do another one. And to really have a pride in their own intelligence with other people and, to really just make it safe and rewarding to be intellectual. And then the other thing that motivates me about puzzles in particular is how they can bring people together in problem solving. Especially right now in VR, most people who might go buy a headset don't actually have friends yet in VR. And so if they were to come into Horizon or other apps, they have to make friends and meet people. And that can be a bit of a challenge, almost just like in middle school of who do I sit with at lunch? Who do I talk to? And so going up to a group of strangers and talking to them or joining laser tag and just trying to get involved is it can be scary. Not everyone wants to meet someone running around, shooting each other in corridors, in laser tag. Although of course some do. But I think puzzles make a safe place for people to make friends and socialize. If you're in a world and you see a tree and there's the giant number 3 in it, it's very safe and non-threatening to say, there's a 3 in this tree. And maybe one of the other people will say, oh, and I found a 3 over there as well. And that gives you a structured, safe way to communicate and share and talk to each other. And so that's been really the source for me of wanting to build puzzles is, like I said, I enjoy them. I think it helps people celebrate their own intellectual prowess, and I think it creates a way to be social. So then the one other thing before we talk about this world specifically is I'll tell you how I got started, just because I think I think some people make the mistake of thinking that people are born as adults and miss the part where they come out as a baby and grew, and creators are just like that, of they start off as noobs who don't really know anything and they grow. And so I think it's always good for folks to share where they started, so people can reflect on their own journey as well. So years ago, I was playing with some 3D creation tools, and I just had this little idea. I've always, had an imagination around puzzles and secret tunnels, and I've just always had in my mind that maybe one day when I'm older, I'll have a bookcase in my house that opens to a room. I don't have that. I'll probably not ever have that. That sounds like too much work, but I've always been fascinated by that idea. And so one day I was playing with some 3D creation tools, and I had this idea of I can make a magical opening bookshelf. So I put together this bookshelf and I filled it with books and just left one big opening just wide enough for a big book. And I then put a giant book on the floor. And I showed it to one of my friends and was like, "What do you think?" And they picked up the book and they put it in the opening, and the bookshelf opened and revealed a passageway. And my friend was like, "Oh, what's behind the passage?" And I didn't really have an answer. I was just like, "Oh no, I just it's just a bookshelf." And they're like, "Well, there's got to be something behind the tunnel. I want to know where it goes." And they just kind of egged me on, and so I went back and I added a little garden, and I showed it to them and said, "Okay, the hallway goes to a garden." Well, and they were like, "Well, what's in the garden?" So I added something, and they're like, "What's after that?" And basically, this one friend, his name was Mike, just kind of his own creative energy and drive, just pushing me, led me to build what ended up being my first escape room. It wasn't in Horizon. This was years ago, but probably only takes 10 minutes to do. The puzzles are really simple. The art is really simple. But as soon as I built it, I showed it to a few people and they had fun. And seeing them have fun motivated me. And so then I just kept going and going and going. And now I think I've made over 20 escape rooms, and I always have something I'm working on, or puzzles I'm imagining. And that's become my passion. So it's basically why I build puzzles and how I got started. And so back to this world. So this is, like I said, called Puzzles and Metal. I built this world when I had an idea of building a bunch of different puzzles ends, like puzzles and plastic, puzzles and metal, puzzles and forest. This is the only puzzles and world I ever built. Maybe I'll return to that idea one day. I think just a good reminder that all of us have projects we start and kind of lose track of. But so, I built this just over a couple days of, being in VR for long periods of time. Just I think it was a 3-day weekend, and I did like 10 hours a day, all 3 days, and this world came out. And it's interesting being in here, now I guess this is already maybe even a few years later, because I can see and hear some things that I still do in my puzzle worlds, and I'll point out a few of them. But then also there's things I look back at this world and I'm like, oh, I'm surprised I hadn't learned that yet. And I don't mean that in a negative way. I'm super proud of this world, and I was very proud at the time. But it's also interesting to look at and see my own growth in. And I do look at this world now with a strong urge to gut it and redo it. I probably will at some point, but for now, it stays as is. So let's talk about for a moment some of the highlights of this world. And I think this is a good place to start talking about some of the aspects of puzzles. So the worlds I built before this were mostly lock and key. Find a key, find a lock, put them together, advance over and over. And I kept learning new ways to make a lock, new ways to make a key, and new ways to hide them together. Actually, this whole world is still a lock and key world, but the puzzles are very diverse in their setup. And so you can see out here, there's all of these tubes. This is what I call a perspective puzzle. You'll see it in a lot of my worlds. And so the premise of this is there's something encoded in here that if you stand at the right place, um, a solution pops out. And if you go to try to make a puzzle world, I would highly encourage you to try a puzzle like this. They're pretty easy to make. All you got to do is not make it immediately obvious where the person has to stand. So then they see this and it looks like nonsense. And then if you stand the right place, which unfortunately here I'm not going to spoil, it does produce a solution. But so this is a geometry perspective puzzle where you stand is important. And then if we come over here for a second, just showing off some of the diversity. Um, Here we can see what is a lock and key style puzzle. You have these different symbols and these little pipes you can put them in. And so, while that one is big in the environment and the atmosphere, this one is very tight and small and has these different pieces. This world also has platforming puzzles. So you might have noticed when I was standing in front of those paint canisters, there were paths and pipes that you can wander and explore through. And this world also has a deciphering puzzle where surrounding the walls are different clues that you have to look at and think about to figure out what's going on. And so I do think it's pretty cool that, even in this world, even a while ago, I was already trying to think about how do I not make it seem repetitive? Find a key, find a lock, unlock it, find a key, find a lock, unlock it. That gets pretty tiring after a little while. And so here we already have a number of different puzzle types. And one of the next worlds, I'll share some of the hints and guidance I've learned on how to do those different puzzle types. Here mostly just wanted to share what one of my earlier worlds look like. You'll notice the art and the style is a much simpler compared to what I build now. The other thing, which was a really big takeaway for me from this world, and I think you should, whenever you build something or create or do any big effort, you should always make sure you introspect on it. So whenever I finish a world, I sit down and I make notes of what did I really enjoy? What do I wish I had done differently? What did I learn? What did I wish I had learned? Or will I do differently next time? And so when I finished this world, the thing that was really on my mind was the lack of cohesion. These things with the shapes that kind of look like molecules or something really don't look like the rest of the world. These grids don't look like the rest of the world. This world doesn't really have rhyme or reason. What is this place? What's the lore or the story? It doesn't really evoke anything. And so when I finished this world, I just had this feeling of I built a place that really isn't a place. I mean, it has walls and a floor, but I didn't feel that it evoked anything or had any meaning. And so when I went to build my next world, I started off with I want to fix that problem. I want to build a world that is a place and feels like you're in it and that the puzzles belong. And so we'll use that as an opportunity to go to that world. It's a world called Box Puzzle Factory. And I'll share with you how that style of environments then led to the genesis of that world. And I'll see you guys there.
What are we
All right,
wondering?
so here we are in Puzzles and Metal, the next world on our tour. And so this was actually not the immediate next world I made after Puzzles and that we were just in. I made one in between, but this I think captures better some of the lessons that I was still internalizing when I made the other one. So this is, like I said, a box puzzle factory. One thing you might have noticed in the previous world when we first joined in, I said, "Hey, follow me." We walked through some corridors and jumped down a hole into the world. So starting after Puzzles and Metal, I started including that in all of my worlds. You'll notice at the other end of the hallway, we'll jump down it in a second, but there is a hole downward. I basically introduced this for two reasons. The first was it's good to have signatures. Yeah, putting elements in your world that are repeated helps create, a style and a brand. You'll also notice there's a WaffleCopter, which we saw in the previous world, and you'll see in all of these. And so having a style and common elements helps people recognize your worlds. But actually, this serves a different purpose. And so one thing I like to think about is setting the tone. And so when someone comes into an escape room or any different world in Horizon or any worlds-based app, you don't necessarily know where they came from. They could have just come from a rowdy, crazy place or who knows where. And so what you don't want is a number of people solving a puzzle and someone shows up screaming and shouting, in a constructive way, but using the energy of the place they came from. And so because escape rooms are intellectual thought-based places, there's often a lot of quiet and long periods of silence as people are thinking and brainstorming. And so I wanted to make sure that when people show up, that the tone is set for them. They show up, they can hear it's not loud, there's not sounds of lasers and explosions, there's no one else screaming. They'll hear normal voices talking at a normal indoor level. They'll hear people probably talking about puzzles together. And so when you spawn in and you join the world, right where we're standing, you have to walk down this hallway. It's not that long, and jump down into the tube. But that's basically a way of acclimating to the environment and understanding how you're supposed to participate. I think that's one really important thing about building, virtual worlds is if you spawn someone right into the middle of the action, it can create chaos for everyone involved. And so I just like to create a way that, creates that really clear moment of I'm joining the group now. So, all right, so if we jump down and in, we are now into Box Puzzle Factory. And so the name is hopefully pretty clear. It is a factory that it's a puzzle factory that creates boxes. So, like I mentioned in Puzzles and Metal, I left that world with this desire of I want to create a place that feels like a place. And so when I built this world, before I started off any of the puzzles, I was really thinking about what does the place feel like? What's the style? What's the aesthetic? What does it do? And so we'll see in a second, there's a conveyor belt with different machines. There's a bunch of pipes and metal grates. And, really wanted to focus on the feeling of this is a factory. And then, you want to make sure it feels cohesive. So like I said about Puzzles N, if you just have this thing and that thing and that thing and they don't really relate, then I think that takes people out of the experience and makes it harder to fathom. So in this world, I really took the time to think about what does the world do? What is it a factory of? if it were that kind of factory, what pieces would it need, and built that accordingly. And so before I share a little more detail about that, I'm going to have to solve the first puzzle, because we can't get into the factory until we solve the first puzzle. But so I will use this first puzzle to talk about the notion of pacing in puzzles. And I think this is really important and something I've seen done wrong in a lot of escape rooms. And I shouldn't say wrong. There's no one way to build a puzzle or to build anything. Everything is subjective. Creativity is, in the eyes of the creator, in the eyes of the consumer. Really, I'm just talking about, in my own creative experience, I've found things that work well, things that don't work so well, and some things to do and some things to avoid. But I should make it clear there's no right answer. Some things that work over here might not work over there. Some things that don't work over here might work over there. And so, definitely don't, take this as strict rules, but instead as guidelines that are just, designed to help you think. So, okay, like I was saying, pacing. When people come into an escape room, there's this initial tension that's created. It's an intellectual puzzle. Most people don't spend a lot of time doing those. A lot of people, this might be their first escape room, the first thing they've seen, and that creates unease. Am I doing it right? What's going on? What's happening? And so one of the things I try to do is, as quickly as possible, give someone that sense of accomplishment, a pat on the back that says, you're awesome, you're doing it right, that makes them feel accomplished and gives them, that initial dopamine hit that they want to get again and they want to keep going, but also that makes them feel like this is for them. If they're in there for 20 minutes and don't feel like they've made any progress, they're going to quit. They're going to say, this is too hard for me, this is outside my abilities. And that might not be true. It just could be that the designer put too much in the way of the first reward. And so I always try to get people within the first 2 minutes to have done a thing that says, I'm making progress, I'm moving forward, this is awesome. And the second you do that, it's okay if it's another 10 or 20 before the next one, as long as there was one. And we'll talk about in a little bit how to observe your worlds and learn if they're working or not. But if you try to make a puzzle world, or actually try to make any world, this is one of the things to look for is, does a person get hooked initially? Do they feel at home? Do they know what's going on? Because if they're unsure and confused, that can only happen for a small amount of time. Okay, so let's talk about this puzzle in particular, a very specific puzzle. So I call this the piston puzzle. I get to name all of my puzzles. In my notebooks, I do design them ahead of time. And so one thing about this puzzle is, so we just fell through the pipe. We're at the very beginning of the world, and like I said, I want an easy puzzle. You can't go anywhere else right now. There's this piece, whatever this is, and then we are boxed in. There are walls and these grates. You really can't go anywhere. So the nice thing is, if a person explores and looks around, they rapidly realize they can't go anywhere, and there's only one or two things they can do. They can grab this, but it doesn't look like anything else, and they can over here grab one of these 5 fuses, which is not glowing, while the other 4 is. And yes, I'm spoiling this puzzle, but it's the easiest one in here. And so this is really these are the only 2 things. And so this puzzle basically makes it a very constrained environment of, this is all I can use, what do I do with them? And then if we walk over here, you have this thing, which is the exact height, visually looks like it, and the rest of the wall is blank. You can't miss it, you can't mistake it, it's not buried. And so the way this puzzle is designed is that a person comes in, they go, oh, this is grabbable, this looks like it, I don't see anything else, I guess I'll put it in there. And when we put it in there, you'll notice a few things. There's a sound and there's visual feedback. This is really important for puzzles. I recommend doing both. You don't want to do something and then, did something happen? What's going on? You want to make it really clear to a person, yes, you did the right thing. So once I put this in, you'll hear a click and some good visual feedback. And then it clicks again. Now, you might not immediately try to grab it, But the nice thing again about this puzzle is if a person walks away, for a little bit they're going to look around and they're going to find nothing else to do. They can't get distracted, they can't get lost. And so it's set up where the only thing that they can do is grab that blue pipe or try to grab this again. The second they grab it, the design of this puzzle is, well, then I should just go put it back over there because there's nothing else to do. Because we're in this constrained, small space. It's so important. And you'll notice this in quite a number of my worlds if you start off in an enclosed environment. And so the thing is then, not only are we about to go solve this puzzle, but this does the next important thing I mentioned in pacing of not only are we about to solve a puzzle and feel accomplished, wow, I solved a puzzle, this is awesome, but we're going to get a reward for it. And I always like to think of rewards in two different types. There are rewards that are like entertainment, of you just get to watch them and enjoy them and have fun. And then there are rewards that are progress. So this reward gives you a fun visual animation, which I'll show you, and then opens up the rest of the world. So if we come over here, I'm just going to put this right back in and watch this piston comes to life. And so the first reward here is you just get to watch this as it starts to move and starts to speed up, which is basically saying, good job. Your present, your reward is this cool, fun animation. So I do actually think it's pretty fun to watch. And then you hear a separate audio cue over here, which makes you go over there. And if you don't hear it, or for whatever reason, your sound is off or you're hard of hearing, even if you don't hear it, at some point you'll get tired of watching the animation and say, let me look around. And you'll notice this door has opened. And so just to summarize, what I was mentioning before, that small area was like the intro space of basically a small constrained puzzle. It makes it very easy to solve because there's not much to do. And now the world has opened up into a larger space. In here, there are multiple puzzles to solve at once that are all intermingled. And it's really up to you which to solve, kind of like a choose-your-own-adventure book. This is great when there's multiple puzzles to solve because it allows a group to split up and work together across the space. If you build a linear puzzle world, this puzzle leads to that puzzle, leads to that puzzle, then people have to stay together, usually physically and intellectually, to solve it all. They're always in the same space. Where when you have multiple puzzles you can solve at once, it allows people to split up, to have this person has information, this person doesn't, which requires them to come back and exchange information. And actually, surprisingly, letting people split up increases the amount they interact. Whereas if they stay together the whole time, one person might end up driving most of the conversation or being the puzzle leader. And this allows everyone to go be their puzzle leader. So going back to what I said was the main thing of this world was a cohesive environment. And so a thing that I learned even before Puzzle Zen that I apply to everything I ever create is having clear goals and constraints in your mind. I think any project you do, this is the single most critical thing, of to know inside, what is the goal, what am I trying to accomplish? And so when I made this world, I said the goal is I'm going to create a cohesive environment with cohesive puzzles. Nothing else matters. If any of the puzzles aren't working, I'll delete them. If the factory theme isn't working, I'll delete it. If the color scheme isn't working, I'll reset it. If the art isn't working, I'll redo it. But, it's so easy when you make a world to get attached to things. Oh, I really don't want to delete this. I really don't want to delete that. Or I really want the ending to be this way. But the more of those you layer on, the more constraints you have, the more impossible it gets to satisfy them all. So I always recommend when you make a world, have no more than 2-3 things tops that are unbreakable, that are what you're trying to do, that guide you. And then principle 2 I recommend is the difficulty of creating the world should be within the skill set of the next version of you. So what I mean by that is if you go to create a world, you want to be able to say the person I am in 3 months could do this with no problem. That makes it enough of a challenge. It pushes you to become that person, but it's realistic. I see a lot of people who have never created anything before say, I'm going to build this giant story with characters and dragons and fire and wars and all this crazy stuff. And if that's your first experience, you're going to end up defeated. It's going to take forever. It's going to be overwhelming. And then people make the conclusion, oh, I'm not a creator, this isn't for me, which is wrong. Like anyone can be a creator. Every kid is creative, so why aren't all adults? You can go think about that one. But so creation is for everyone, and you want to make sure the goal is reasonable. And so again, my philosophy here is make a thing that you could do in a few months. So it's just maybe 10% pushing on your current skills. 50 or 80 is way too much of, you don't want to be drowning in learning. But if you also build what you just know, you aren't growing. So find that sweet spot. And so in this world, I really wanted to focus on a cohesive environment. And so I asked the question, what is this place? Well, it's a factory. What does it do? It builds boxes. Okay, that's fine. It's a box factory. So then I could think of, what does a box factory need to do? Now notice here, I'm not talking anything about puzzles. I'm just talking about the world. And so I said it would need to, I guess, paint the boxes. And so over here, there's a tube. I don't want to spoil this puzzle, but that can paint them. And if you look over here, we can see where the paint mixes in colors. And what's interesting is this idea of I want a factory that builds boxes and colors them, which was answering about the worlds, that created the puzzles. The puzzles fell out of me thinking, what is the world and how does it behave? And so I basically then, that generated the puzzles. I don't want to spoil any of them here, but I really focused on the environment. And I think then that's the thing that shines the most in this world of it really feels like a place. There's a space you can recognize. And so the goal paid off. One other thing I'll mention about this world before we move on to the next one is the importance of testing. A big mistake I see a lot of people do, especially in VR, is they'll make a world. The second they're done, they just publish it so other people can play. And the problem with that is what you imagine people will experience isn't what they experience. And so my rule of thumb is for every basically 4 minutes I spend building, I spend 1 minute observing. So about 25%. So if a world takes me, just as an even number, 40 hours to make, I would spend 10 hours observing. What do I mean by observing? I mean bringing people into the world and watching them play. And I sit there with a pen and paper, I put the headset on my forehead, and I make notes, and I watch every little thing they do. And what I'm looking for is anything they vocalize. So if I hear them, exhaling and sighing, are they vocalizing frustration? Do I hear them saying woohoo and yay or high-fiving each other? When are those emotional beats? Where do they get stuck? Where did I need to give a hint? And I make a ton of notes. And what was really interesting about this world was every single group I brought in got exhausted and nauseous. They said, I need to take a break. My head's hurting, my eyes are hurting, it's too much. And I was just maybe they're newer to VR or whatever. And it just kept happening of every group said it. And I didn't know how to fix that. I've never encountered that before. And I was very kind of taken aback that was the feedback. And so I just kind of put the world on pause for a little bit and started working on other stuff of how am I going to fix that problem? What do I do? And I just kept thinking about it. And I had one observation, which is really critical. If you look at the floor for a second, or if you can see the floor, there's these plates with these bolts. So what was happening is as people were walking around the world, I would drop a few inches and then I'd go up a few inches. And so as people were walking on the world, they were bobbing up and down a ton. So I was like, oh, okay, I can at least fix that. So I actually made these they're not real geometry, they're just visible. And then I brought another group and tested them, and they were still saying they were getting sick and not feeling well. And luckily, I brought in someone maybe a bunch of you who have seen, Vu. And so Vu, who hosts the scripting office hours, did a play test and was able, luckily, to articulate very clearly what one of the issues he was facing was. And that was the world was full of narrow hallways, and it was dark. So each of the puzzles was in a separate room, and you had to walk through these hallways to get from one puzzle to another. And so Vu helped him understand that running through these dark, narrow hallways over and over and over and over was, it was dark, so your eyes get strained. It kind of gives a feeling of being, claustrophobic, and that was the issue. And I didn't know what to do about that. The world was basically done. I had done all of the art. I had organized it all. So again, I just put the world on hold and just sat on it and sat on it. Of what am I going to do? What am I going to do? And I finally woke up on Saturday morning and said, I'm going to redo it. I'm going to rearrange the whole world. It took me, I think, I was in VR both that Saturday and Sunday, like 10 hours each, just like powering through, rearranged the entire world into what you see now, this one big open room. And none of the groups after that made those comments. And it's taught me a few critical lessons. One, it reinforced you gotta watch people play. They're gonna say things and do things you didn't even think of. Two, test early. If I had tested groups when the world was just the first two puzzles, you would have already had the hallway problem. And I could have learned that lesson before I had built the whole world. And so anytime you do something that's hard to undo is a great place to test and get feedback quickly. And I think I said a third thing, but I don't remember what it was in real time, but can't harp enough on the need to play test. And so with that, we're now going to move on to a world called Water Wheel Wonder. We're going to analyze a few of those puzzles in that world one by one. So heavy spoilers ahead. But we'll really talk about why the puzzles in that world work that way as an introduction to puzzle design. And so I will see you soon in Water Wheel Wonder. All right, so here we are in Water Wheel Wonder. So this is the world I made right after Box Puzzle Factory. So, like I was explaining in Box Puzzle Factory, I was really thinking, about environments and cohesion. And I was like, okay, I want to keep focusing on environments. And so another person, I'm sure many of you on the stream have met, is RC Deggs. So RC and I were chatting one day, and RC made an interesting comment that all of my worlds are literally dark. They take place at night, they use dark colors. And so RC said, you should make a world during the day. I was like, that's actually a good point. I never noticed that before. And so I said, okay, cool, I will. Which I think is awesome. Of like, I love different constraints, or constraints breed creativity. There's another world I made called Monkey Moves. It's in the minigame World Hop, where I challenged myself to make the whole world out of just cubes. And so, like, just having those artificial constraints just helps. And so, build a world during the daytime. Outside in a field. I think she said, "Okay, cool, I'll do it." So, again, really focused on the environment, which we'll talk about in a second. We got to solve the first puzzle again, but this world was born. And so just to repeat from Box Puzzle Factory, here you can see that same fall through the floor opening. I explained why that's there. It gives you the entrance that sets the tone. It also makes you feel, oh, that's a WaffleCopters opening. And then the branded element. There's also another thing here, though, that I wanted to explain before we jump down, which is, if you notice this, solve the puzzles right up into the sky. If people walk in, they jump through and miss that, that's okay. But I do think most people will read it. And a world we're not going to talk through today called Stone Cove Escape, which is what I built before this in Box Puzzle Factory, was also the first time I played with this concept of giving a tease or an interest into the ending. By the time people finish the world, they probably forget this statement, but right up into the sky sets this expectation of what does that mean? How do I do that? One of the things that always makes me kind of laugh about real life escape rooms is they say, find the door out, because you're literally in a room that is locked. Whereas in VR or just in virtual environments, you can end so many other ways. So in the next world, we'll talk a bit about managing tension and goals. We'll talk about a lot more detail, but just wanted to point out that this does set this kind of notion of curiosity of what does that mean? How do I do that? And so with that said, let's jump on down. All right, disclaimer, heavy spoilers ahead. Just for this world. I don't think there were many in the others. There won't be in the next one. But I am going to decently spoil significant chunks of this world. If you haven't done it yet, you can pause or mute the stream for a few minutes and come right back. Or just watch the stream. I won't spoil at least I think the coolest puzzle in this world, but just be clear there's going to be some spoilers here. So, okay. So we can take what we talked about in Box Puzzle Factory and notice the same thing going on here. We're in a space that's closed off. That's closed. There's a wall on every side. There's nowhere else to go. If you explore the space, you'll probably notice those triangles, which we'll go over to in a second. But they're the only thing that's interactive. And so if a person even doesn't know what to do and is completely stuck, at some point they're going to discover those triangles. But there's another interesting thing going on here that I want to talk about first, which is the eureka moment. So when you have puzzles, and you can ask, what is a puzzle? I would basically say a puzzle is a challenge that is mostly intellectual. The progress or the accomplishment happens in your mind. And that moment is the eureka moment where you go, aha, I got it, I'm smart, I get it, and whatever. And I really try to set my worlds up in a way where they focus on those eureka moments. You get that right, the piston starts moving, something visual happens, there's a strong visual reward that really helps pay off for that moment. But also, one of the things that I really like to do in puzzle design is the notion of information that you don't know is relevant. So again, I already mentioned spoilers, but when you first come in here, you probably won't pay too much attention to these flowers. And we're not going to even say what they do yet. But the interesting thing is you'll miss them. They're just decoration. If you ever come back in this world again after you've solved it, you won't be able to unsee the puzzles. This is like one of my favorite things in a good puzzle experience is you walk in, and when you first enter this world, there's no information of value. Well, there's just trees and bricks and flowers. But if you ever come back, the whole world is full of meaning. Oh, this means this and that and that and that and that. And then the experience of the puzzle is the progressive unlocking of that information, of that meaning. And so I think it's really cool to look at a thing and see meaning when just a little bit ago you didn't see it. And so this gets to, I think, an important part of puzzles that I like to think of, which is layering. And so even though there's only one thing to do here, there's actually multiple puzzles. The flowers are here, but you won't think about it because you're not even looking at it. There's a box over here that doesn't do anything. And then another example of being sneaky is over here are 2 candles. But because we dropped in with our backs to them, you could easily miss them. And even if you don't, there's nothing to do with candles. So let's talk about the design of the first puzzle here. So if we come all the way over here, like I said, at some point you're going to notice that these triangles are the only thing in this closed space that you can interact with, and when you give them a little tap, they turn. And so what that basically does is, like I mentioned in Box Puzzle Factory, there's nothing else to do in here. This is the only thing that's interactive. What do you do? And so what I like to think of when I design a puzzle is, how do I establish a clear goal for a person? Because if they don't have a clear goal, they're lost. You're just wandering. And if they have a goal, they can at least try to hunt for it. And so this is clearly very visually attempting to say the triangles need to be oriented in a way. And so a person should look at this and say, there's got to be a clue somewhere on how the triangles go. Now, the tricky thing is, if you dress this up, you put a lot of visuals and decoration. Instead of triangles, they were little animals in different positions. You start adding so much detail that people might obscure what they're looking for. Whereas these being just spinning triangles makes it very easy for a person to say, I'm looking for triangles. And so, won't show you where, but somewhere in this starting area there are triangles. So I will type in the solution so that we can advance forward. And you hear that audio feedback, and this wall over here comes down. And just like in Box Puzzle Factory, this opens us up into the world where now there are many puzzles going on at once. So like I said, when I designed this world, I started off with the environment. I want an environment that feels good to be in. RC Dags recommended it was at daytime. I said, sounds great, I'll do it. But I was still thinking about how in Box Puzzle Factory I needed to reorganize the entire world over many frustrating hours and almost threw the world away instead. So in this world, I said, okay, I want to find the right visual look and feel, but I want to build as little as possible and make sure it's working. And so when I started this world, I built none of what we just experienced. There was no tree you drop through, there was no garden with flowers, none of that. All there was this water wheel and this board right here with the green ground, the bushes, and the hill. And when I say the hill was blank. So a hill, a ground, and a water wheel. And you could do one thing with the water wheel, which I'll show you in a second. And so I brought people in. And I was doing the normal thing I was used to, which was seeing could they solve the first puzzle. So I would just drop them in and not say anything and say play. But what I was also looking for was are there any comments? Do they literally say to me, oh, this place is great? Or do I hear any subconscious or subtle, how calming, or, do I get any kind of affirmations that the environment is what I want it to be, relaxing, breathable, and has that outdoor feel? So brought in some people. Another person you might all remember, I think, was like VR with KR is someone you may be seeing in VR. He was the first person I think I showed this to. He immediately walks in and he goes, "This is gorgeous." He was probably being nice, but to have that be the first thing said was helpful to me because I came into this world with the goal of I want to build a daytime outdoors environment that feels good and calming, and that you could maybe just grab a book and lay on the ground and read and even just forget the puzzles if you wanted to. And then, like I said, I built one puzzle. And so we're going to talk through the design of this puzzle. I'm going to spoil the whole puzzle, unfortunately. But then the rest of the puzzles in the world, I probably won't, but maybe we'll see how it's going. So, okay. So when I brought in people for the first test, it had this puzzle, but the puzzle was only partially built. And so I'll explain to you how I built part of it as a way to think of how can you playtest a small version of the world. But I'll also walk through the design of this puzzle. So this puzzle, and reminder again, spoilers ahead. So when you come over here, you will notice that these little circles appear. It's a standing in horizon that says you can grab this. So you'll find you can grab these pegs and move them around the board. And you can make these different shapes. There's also a submit button, but that appears to do nothing. And so the purpose here of this is to make it very clear you need to arrange these and press submit. And actually, when I first built this, it was not clear to people that they need to make an arrangement and press submit. There was just a button, and people would just make the shape and stand there and wait, and stand there and wait. And so then I tried a few different labels. The first label I put worked, but then it didn't make people realize they had to do it multiple times. We'll talk about it again in a second. But so, my first thing was to make sure it was clear to people they could move these pegs, and it was clear they needed to press this button once they found a configuration. Because, just like I mentioned with the flowers, that then gives the person a goal of, I'm looking for the configuration. And so, one of the nice things about this world is the world is actually doing the same thing as the flowers sneakily. So in the flower section, there was only one thing to do. And so even the world opened up and there's all sorts of stuff now, this is actually the only type of thing to do. Once you solve this, the world opens up. So a thing I tried in this world was to basically give people the clarity of exploring the space. So since there's nothing to do but this, they can walk around, they can get their bearings, they can get a sense of the layout, and don't have to become overwhelmed yet with information. And so once a person has the goal of, I need a configuration, they're going to roam, and at some point they're going to roam up the staircase. You'll have to follow me, and hopefully this isn't too bouncy for the camera as we ascend these rickety stairs, which if I could remake this world over again, I would make these stairs straight because they do make some people uncomfortable. Okay, so at some point you make your way up here and maybe you appreciate the vista and you look at the world, but you will see this. Again, spoilers. This is the solution to the puzzle we were just looking at. It is unquestionably the solution. It is clearly a 4x4 board. It has a blue shape, which is the same color, and it has flowers that are the same color of the pegs in the same shape. And so when a person finds this, they will immediately say, I need to type that shape into that board. And the nice thing, like I mentioned a minute ago, is there's really not much else to do. There actually is one more puzzle available right now, but it's really, really, really hard. So hopefully people will skip it if they find it. And so they can explore the world, they can look around, they eventually find this, and they say, okay, let me enter that configuration. So now we're going to descend back down and enter it in. All right, so here we are. I type in the configuration, and just like in Box Puzzle Factory, when I press the button, we want to make sure the person knows they did it right. So there's going to be an auditory and a visual piece of feedback. So you hear the doo-doo, and you also see the blue dot became colored. Now, a thing I've been talking about a little bit at the moment was giving people clear goals and clear direction. The world is trying to tell them what to do, because if they don't know what to do, they get lost and stuck. And so the purpose of this design element is to say there are 3 more configurations. When I first built this element, people didn't realize that. And so as I brought in the test groups over and over and over, and I made notes and I tweaked them, every time I kept tweaking the way this visually looked and what was written on the button to make it clear that this was saying you need to find 3 more. And so now we're going to talk about an aspect of puzzle design, which is building on something people understand. And so now that people found that card up there, right? So when they first find this, like, I don't know what this is. I guess it moves around. Maybe there's a shape somewhere. That's the unknown. Then they go up those stairs, they find that shape and they put it in, and now it's known. So what people are going to expect is, oh, there's probably just a few more panels like that around the world. That wouldn't be very interesting. That would be a little repetitive. And so what this puzzle does is it actually is a twist mechanic. So you take something people know and you reapply it with a twist. And so basically what we're going to do is we're going to, with each configuration, the world is going to make the puzzle harder and harder and harder, so that the final puzzle is at a level of difficulty that they couldn't have found on their own if this hadn't built up for them. So if we remember, the sign we saw up top literally had this blue shape and it was filled in. So what this puzzle does is the next configuration you're going to find removes the filling in. So the one up top gave you a very clear picture, and now we're going to have just the line. Now, people could, in theory, solve these in any order, but because they get progressively harder, that leap is pretty difficult. Next spoiler ahead. So if we come over here, so here we can see the outer edge of this shed is the same blue color, and it has squares that are the same colors of those pegs. And so it's clearly a 4x4 grid. So this is the next configuration for that puzzle. But the thing that made it slightly harder is that it's not filled anymore. It's just the shape. And then, like I said at the very beginning of why I build puzzles, there's always a moment in this world where someone says, I found it, it's the house thing. And like, that's such a fun moment, and people have scattered, they all come running, and like I said, that's a great place to bond, and it's a very safe thing to say is, I found the outline. And so again, you can see it's just one step harder of removing the filled in. So we're going to go back over there, and I'm going to put in this one. And again, the auditory and visual feedback. And so the interesting about this puzzle is people could find the house first. Some do, but very, very, very few. It's too hard. Luckily, I knew it would be too hard. But in my earlier days of making puzzles, I didn't know stuff like that. That's the value of bringing people in and watching them, is you start to learn and build the intuition for what's too easy, what's too hard. So now this one went to just the line. So as a puzzle creator, I ask, how can I take the knowledge the person now has and make it one step harder? So we're going to do the exact same thing again, but we're going to remove the line. And we're going to have just a grid with pegs. And so if we come over here to the flowers again from the beginning, spoilers. So now, it might be a little hard to see from the stream, but the locations of the flower petals are giving you the solution to the puzzle. You would almost certainly not realize this was a solution to that pegboard if you hadn't solved the other two. And so this gets back to the thing I mentioned about the eureka moment of, in your search for this stuff, you've probably now passed these flowers multiple times. You've probably stared at them multiple times, but because you didn't know what you were looking for, you just kept on going. But now that you know you're looking for a grid, and you can't find anything, you've expanded your search to something that is maybe a little more abstract. And so these flowers become acceptable as a solution only because you in your head have allowed them to be acceptable. This is one of like the things that blows my mind the most about just how the human mind works, is that like your willingness to gain information is usually the cause of gaining it. So anyway, so you can see now how this picture then is the next one. So I will go type that one in as well. What did I do? I need to double check what the solution is. I forgot. No, that should be right. Why isn't... Oh, it's over one. That's why. Haha. Okay. All right. And then again, visual and auditory feedback. Now, one other thing to talk about in the design of this puzzle is the notion of tension building, which is going to be the final topic in our next world. As you're running around solving this, it leaves this big question in people's minds that have been there since the first configuration. What happens when I fill all four of these? That's just a question people are left open wondering of what's it going to do, what's it going to do. The other cool thing is there is a visual hint. A lot of people will notice that coming down from this sign is a pipe that if you follow through the bushes goes to this gate. And so as people are searching for the solutions, a very intellectual experience, there's a very physical, mechanical goal set for them of you're going to open this gate. And so what's cool is, and I'll show you the final solution in a second, but noticing that there's just this tension building of what's this going to do, leaves anticipation and excitement. Because if you remember, I said earlier that nothing else in the world is interactive. So as people go and try to interact with other elements, everything is off. And so there's this notion of, oh, the water wheel has to like power the world. That's the big macro goal. So people have the small goal of find the configuration and the big goal of get the water wheel going. But they came up with all of that. There's not words saying you must power the water wheel. That would remove some of, I think, what makes puzzles and escape rooms fun is they figured out the water wheel's going to go. And if they didn't, that's okay. That lack of information doesn't hurt them. So now we need to go to the final one of this, which I'm actually not going to show, just so that if you do come play this world, you can at least solve one of these on your own. But I will say, if you want to pretend to be, like you're designing this world, you could ask yourself, now that we've removed the line, how could we make this same puzzle one step harder again? The answer I went with was to make it abstract and to make it somewhere where a person wouldn't look, but can easily look. And so the last one is something that when you finally see it, you'll say, how did I miss that so many times? It's so obvious. There's nothing obstructing its view. And the answer is what I mentioned before. You weren't ready to receive a solution of that form because your thought process was too constrained to allow it. A key thing about escape rooms, or puzzles in general, and why this puzzle has to build up. So I will at least type in the solution, so you can just, I guess, close your eyes for a second. Okay, so we type in the final solution, and now comes the feedback, big time, of you want to give people a reward. They've been waiting, what is this going to do? So when I press the button, the gate's going to open, it's going to let out some water. You might actually want to come stand here so you can see the water effect. And then the water wheel will open. So here comes the water. And it's rising up. Oh, I just got my feet wet. I'll need to dry those off later. And see some little streams. And then the water wheel starts moving and creaking, and it will actually speed up a little bit. Oh, and there was just a noise. What that noise was, we're not going to solve that puzzle, but that noise is there for a reason. The second they solved this, they're celebrating. All that tension of what's going on has been released. And at this moment, we don't have anything to do. We don't have any objectives. We probably found a bunch of stuff in the world, but we're riding high on the fact that we've solved this. So that sound gives you something to find. But even if you didn't hear it for whatever reason, you'll still find what it was later. Which gets to two critical points I want to mention in terms of making worlds accessible to as many types of people as possible. I try not to build worlds that rely on color detection. So if I ever have things that are different colors, I also make them different shapes. I avoid puzzles that only are based on sound, so that if for any reason you're unable to hear, the puzzle is still solvable. And then I also avoid puzzles that require external knowledge or even strong knowledge of the English language. And so, like, you don't want in the middle of a world to suddenly say, oh, you can only solve this puzzle if you know how to play chess. Not a lot of people, not everyone knows how to play chess. And so I generally say, make the puzzles constrained within the world. And it also means I say no riddles. A lot of riddles play on words, they're puns, they require you to be very, very good at English. But even if English is your first language or you're fully fluent, if you don't know what the answer is, there's no hint, there's no clues. You can't just look around more or think outside the box. And so actually, I really recommend not doing riddles either. So anyway, so in this world, we see the wheel now came to life. The world is running. I'll point out one more thing here, and then we'll exit the world. So now, like I mentioned, we have no goals. But if we come over here, at some point as you walk around, you will see this air pump going, powered by the water wheel, which was not currently going. And every time it pumps, a little fluff of air pops out of this tube, which is very clearly supposed to go over there. And so this element is actually a progress meter for the rest of your time here. Of every time you solve a puzzle, one of these three pipes will go up. The cool thing is, even before they do that, people will immediately look at this and say, I need to get all of the pipes up. Again, it's making sure the goal is very, very, very clear. I need to get the pipes up. I need to get the water wheel going. I need to open that door. The second they don't have a goal, they get lost. And then once you solve a puzzle, you'll see one of these pipes go up, which tells you, oh, I got to get them all up. That's my objective. So then the thing I'll end on this world in, since I always mention the value of playtesting, this world ends with a finale. If you remember, it said ride up into the sky. It originally said find the way into the sky, because at the end of this world, there's a visual element up in the sky, and you just look at it. And every single group that I brought in said, I want to go there. I want to go there. And I didn't really want to do it. I'd already built the whole world. I was kind of done with it. But every group just kind of kept saying, I want to go there, I want to go there, I want to go there. So finally I added that element. And I think it's such a stronger finale. It really taught me about like a moment where at the end you want to take selfies, you want to celebrate, you really, really want to, accomplish that, just feel that accomplishment. And so I really tried to bake that into the next world I made, which is the last stop on our journey before the Q&A. And so now we'll head over to Brain Breaker Bay. So here we are in Brainbreaker Bay. I realize I'm talking over some thunder in the background. It's part of this world. It will go away in a second when we solve the first puzzle here. So we'll just have to deal with it for just about a minute here. So the thing I came out of after the previous world, Water Will Wonder, was I really wanted to build a world that had some story or narrative to it. I felt like that was the next level up from environment, was an environment with a story. And so this world doesn't tell you the story. It has one that I know that I think makes it feel a little cohesive, but it doesn't tell it to the person who comes. It's really just theirs to experience. And again, we'll be with the thunder in a second. So just to kind of tell you what the story is and how I thought about it, I really wanted a world that felt not quite a real place, but kind of a real place. This world has a beach and alien spaceships and multiple other components, and I wanted to give a reason for that, even though it's not realistic. So in this world, you'll notice we're in a bedroom. There's some bunk beds over here. There's a bunch of toys over here. And you'll notice it's beach themed. There's some trees and inner tubes and a little toy boat, a life jacket, and on the wall is a picture of a boat, and there's an oar in the corner and a scuba mask, and so you can really just tell this is the bedroom of someone who loves the sea, the water. And so the story here is it's a kid who is their bedroom, and they love the ocean, they love the sea and the beach, and it's currently storming, and you can see the rain and the thunder outside, and you can hear the thunder. And so I remember, being a kid and just sitting out inside when it's storming and you can't go outside. And so the idea of this world is it's the kid's imagination of all they have in here to play with is their toys. And so they imagine the world we're going to go do. And to kind of set up that story around imagination, we basically kind of have a Narnia moment here with this cupboard. So if we turn and face the cupboard, and if I solve this puzzle... So, as always, you're going to notice that this puzzle solves with visual feedback. There will be auditory and visual. But this world's going to do some tension building. So the second you solve it, you'll notice there's a few seconds of something happening that makes you say, what's it doing, what's it doing, what's it doing? And then it releases that tension with a moment that is meant to give a sense of awe as you lean into that cooped up in a rainstorm child's imagination. So, solve the puzzle, and you can see this. What is it doing? What is it doing? Tension building. And then, this way. And we open, and this is the imagination. So we're now going to jump in and come on down here. So now we get to the last world on our journey, and here I try to take everything I had learned, make an environment that feels good to be in, that still has some kind of cohesion to it, but that is also a little chaotic. There are life jackets and scuba toys, and over here you can see there's a game of ring toss set up. But yet there's also electrical wires and a crane, and so this was a really good way to push myself of, can I make those things feel cohesive? I knew in my head that this is a kid's imagination, so it doesn't have to really feel cohesive. But I also knew that if people came in and the environment was confusing and bizarre and hard to navigate, that it wouldn't feel good. So when I made this world, I had talked about earlier, always have goals. So my goals for this one was I wanted what's the word? An under the surface kind of story, which I explained to you. But I also wanted to build an escape room that took more than an hour. And so in this world, that was the thing that I wanted, was a world that just feels like it keeps going and going and going. And I knew that was going to be hard because after an hour, people get tired, and your brain's been on overdrive, and so you need a nap almost. And so with this world, I really got to figure out, how do you make a world that long? And so what I spent a lot of time on in this was what is, often called in the game industry is tension and release. And so tension and release is the notion of, as people explore, they figure out weird mysteries. What's that? What's that? What's that? The number of things they don't know of keeps increasing, or the number of things they seek to do keeps increasing, which is tension. And then at some point they solve something, they have that eureka moment, something makes sense, and that tension diffuses, which is calming, releases a bunch of dopamine, and gets them ready to go again. And so in this world, what I wanted to do was feel not rushed, not constrained. You can take your time. The puzzles are a bit spread apart, so you can walk around, but you don't need to run back and forth. That'd be annoying. And then the world actually forces you to take moments to pause and breathe, which I will show in a second. But so with those being my goals, I started building this world. And just like in Waterwheel, I made the beach, and I made one puzzle over there, and this giant wooden box. And that was it. The wooden box of this world is the goal setter. So when you come in here and you start exploring around, the premise of this world is to say, what's in the box? I want to know. And for quite a while, 30 plus minutes, you might not know. You can maybe guess. People love to guess. But that's that macro goal. And so that is the tension that's rising, that at some point, as you keep going and going and going, you're going to say, I want to get that open. And so basically then the world is building you toward that with micro puzzles. And I mentioned in Waterwheel Wonder the notion of giving people a sense of progress. So when we just left, I pointed to the pipe where I said, you got to raise all of these pipes. At that point, a person should hopefully say, we have 3 puzzles left, we have 2 puzzles left, we have 1 puzzle left. That's part of the releasing of tension, is knowing when you're on the downward slope. You don't want to be like a roller coaster where it just keeps going up and up and up the hill, and it's like, is this ever going to reach the top? And so you really want to understand where you are in the journey. And so just like, actually Box Puzzle Factory has one, but we didn't show it, but just like Waterwheel Wonder, hold on, I'm going to sneeze. Got a little bit of allergies. Probably noticed me scratching my nose a bunch too. All right. So in this world, there's a progress meter, which is actually this thing. So this world has this board, which I'll show you in a second, is going to light up. But all of these represent your progress. The second you solve one of the puzzles, one of these will light up, which is designed to tell people, oh, we have to make all of these light up. Oh, this is probably going to open the box. And so even though that's not an explicit puzzle, it is. The idea of what does this panel do, there's nothing physically connecting it to the box, but if you just look at the geometry of what it's looking at, it is gently shouting, I open the box. And so a lot of times in an escape room, people just think the puzzles literally are the puzzles, but knowing that that panel started the water wheel, or that this panel opens the box, are still tiny little intellectual leaps or conclusions that add to the notion of discovery and eureka that exists in the world. And so again, just to talk about tension building, this, there's the box, what does this do? Oh, I forgot one other remark about progress. The other thing about this progress meter you'll notice is all of these wires coming out of it. So the cool thing about this is if you have like 3 of the puzzles solved and you don't know what the other 2 are, you can follow the wires to the puzzle. It's a thing I've repeated a few times of giving people a clear goal. Of if someone suddenly says, I don't know what to do, they can say, well, I need to turn on this button. Well, I think this button is connected to this wire. Oh, well, this wire, and that takes them to a panel. Oh, I need to do this panel. And so it's helping them structure through. Okay, so then back to building tension. So not only does this world have the box that says, ooh, what do I do? But there's actually quite a number of tension building elements here. If you look there, you can see a rolled up ladder on the edge of that cliff, right up here above where I'm pointing. And so that's another thing that leads a person to say, well, how do I get up there? I must be able to get up there. And so that also gives some clarity to, or to the person of how do I do that? If we come over here, we can see another ladder that might make a person say, how do I get there? And then the whole notion of giving a person a goal, we've already said the big box is the macro goal, but within a puzzle world, how do I get up there becomes a goal. And you want to make sure that when a person has a goal, that there's a clue. I love to put clues near puzzles so that if a person just stands here of I'm stuck, I'm stuck, I'm stuck, they will find a clue. So what you can at least notice here is if you just look to the right, you'll suddenly notice, oh wait, there's a path of rocks that I can take up. So if you just, you don't have to follow me, but if you just look, you can see that I can go up here and we can get to that ladder and let it down. That's a small puzzle. Again, people always think of puzzles are the big things, but the rock takes me up there is a puzzle. And it's so small that it goes back to what I mentioned in the Start of Box Puzzle Factory, is giving people some of these small wins of, oh, I found my way up there, just adds to their notion of success, feeling like they've accomplished something, feeling like they're worthwhile, that this world is not above their skill set, and so on and so forth. All right. So with that, let me figure out which of these puzzles is the easiest to activate. All right, I will do the one over here. So we can just stand here for 1 second. Let me drop this ladder down, and I'll be right back to where you are. Okay, so I descended that ladder. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to solve the puzzle up top of there. And I will go off camera for 1 second, so you don't need to see the spoiler. So we'll just kind of watch this area. But I'll explain first what to look for once I solve the puzzle. So as you noticed, this world is full of these wires. So when we solve the puzzle, an effect is going to appear. I will show you the effect, and then I'll talk about why it's doing that. So if we just watch the very top of this wire for a second, I'm going to go solve the puzzle. I need to double check the solution because I don't know it by heart. Okay, so let me type in the solution. And so we can see this spark going along the wire. Let's follow it, and then I'll talk about why it's here. All right, so we can see the spark approaching this panel, and watch what happens when it enters the panel. Colors, sound, motion, the panel comes to life. So why are those sparks here? Well, I didn't originally intend to build them. When I first built that puzzle, and this came to life, it made a sound and there were just sparkles. But people didn't know it because we had to walk quite a distance. And so they would later find the sparkles, like, oh, what are these sparkles? And they wouldn't realize the puzzle solved the thing. So I originally had the idea of these sparks for a very practical, hey, come follow me, I will show you what you just did. But then once I had the idea for the spark, I realized something, which was it would play really well into the tension and release of the world. So every time in this world when you solve a puzzle, from anywhere from 5 to upwards of 15 seconds, you have to wait for those sparks to travel across a wire. And what the world is basically doing is saying, take a break for a moment, breathe, relax, while building tension, right? Because the spark is going like, it's like a semi-aggravating noise. You're following it. So where's it going? What's going to happen? So it's tension building, but you become purely passive. You just observe it and you watch. And so once I had the first one, I realized I was going to fill this world with them. I actually think it helps contribute to why the world is so long, is because every so often you solve a puzzle where once you hear that sound, everyone comes running and they follow it together and they enjoy that moment. And so this world encourages people to spread out, solve a puzzle, come back and enjoy, spread out, solve a puzzle, come back and enjoy. That's one thing that helps keep it so long. Two is it creates these objectives. I showed those ladders over there. How do we get over there? If we look out to sea, we can see there's a platform. How do I get over there? Down right here, there's a ladder going down into the water. But if I jump down into the water, I respawn in the medical tent. Luckily, someone saved me from being in the water. But then why is this ladder here? And so I've talked about the notion of layering. So not only are you like, what goes in the box? And you have these little goals of how do I get up on that platform? But you also have, am I supposed to go underwater? How do I get over there? How do I get over there? What's the crane for? Why does it have a magnet? And so this entire world introduces a bunch of things from the start. Oh my God, I'm so overwhelmed. What do they all do? But they're spread out. The environment is relaxed. The music is calming. You just hear the water and the wind. And so it's intended to let you really spend the time and enjoy it. And then, like I mentioned in Water Will Wonder, I learned that everyone had that, like, I want to go up on that thing in the sky. So I made sure that when I did the finale of this world, that you could participate in the finale, that the thing you've unlocked or achieved, you get to do something with, and you want to take selfies and pictures with it, you know, really trying to lean into that moment. And so with that, I'm going to basically take that as the summary of some things I've learned along the way. Some of what went into how I thought about making worlds, how some of the puzzles were designed. We're going to head into Waffle World, take a short break, and when we resume in Waffle World, we'll do the Q&A. So thanks for tuning in this long, and can't wait to hear all of your questions, and I'll see you there.
Welcome, everybody, back to our Q&A. Before we begin, WaffleCopters has a couple of things he wants to point out in the area here first, and then we'll start taking your questions. So put them in the comments below, and we'd love to hear what you have to ask so that we can get some really amazing answers.
Awesome. Yeah, so the one thing I'll say before the Q&A, so here we are in Waffle World. This is a hub I made. You can basically see doors to everything I've made so far. And you'll see straight behind us the door to Starship Survival, the newest puzzle world I've made, released it just a few weeks ago. Didn't talk about it today, but heavily encourage you to go see it. I would say it's the culmination of everything I've learned so far. I think it's on a different universe than everything I've ever made. Really challenged myself, did a lot of upfront planning, thought about the layout, the design, all of the puzzles, and really pushed myself. But in the framing I've been mentioning of always have a goal, I took 2 goals for Starship. One, I wanted to have a story, a clear intro, a clear ending, a narrative. I wanted to evoke emotion. Never done any of those things before. And then I wanted to build puzzles around a mechanic. No lock and keys. I think camera person, you're drifting and gonna fall.
You're gonna fall, camera. Oh, thank you.
Okay,
You're
that's
drifting.
Better. You're still drifting though, but yeah, as you can see, this world is full of these circular platforms, and just make sure the camera doesn't fall off them. All right, so and then in Starship, a really interesting challenge I gave myself was I wanted to make puzzles that fit inside of the universe. Like, I love the worlds we just looked at, but like, why does a pegboard control a water wheel? Who builds that? And yeah, I think that there's a fun and imaginativeness to it. But I really like the idea of, can I build a world where all of the puzzles are logical, and it's like, this makes sense for this to be here. This like fits in with the rules of the universe. And so in that world, all of the puzzles are realistic, they're plausible, and they're not lock and key puzzles. They're mechanic puzzles. And what I mean by that is there's a certain element in the world that all of the puzzles are built around, every single one, and it's super internally consistent. It's also the longest world. It'll probably take you 60 to 90 minutes. Maybe in some other session, I'll tell you more about that one. I encourage you to go play it. And with that, I think we'll hand it over to the Q&A.
All right, hang on. I got to pull these questions up here. Aha, here they are. I found them. Okay, but I have actually a question for you first. Before we get to everybody else's questions, because I'm selfish and I can be that way because I'm the host here. See, what did you do before this that gave you the experience to be able to create these worlds?
I mean, so my entire life have always had hobbies or interests that related to this stuff. So I, growing up, played with 3D animation software. I went to school for computer science and was a programmer, so programmed lots of little things along the way. And learned 3D animation basics, and was always tinkering with animation and not really quite art, but artsy things, and used to sketch and write. And then I actually used to work at Meta, and got the honor of meeting a bunch of people who have come from the game industry. I don't, and was able to pick their brains and talk to them about philosophy of games. And so through those people I met, and learning from them, all of the puzzle games I've played, I just really think this was kind of like the culmination of all of that. But then also, like I mentioned, I've made a bunch of stuff before Horizon in multiple different apps and multiple different programs. And so really the one thing I would say, of if you ask, the question was, what did I do to get to here? It's just like hours spent. Of what you're just seeing is like hundreds, if not thousands of hours into creating content, ideas, puzzles, 3D. And that, like, the first escape room I ever published, the first puzzle was hold the marshmallows over the fire. Like, not a very complex puzzle, but you learn and grow from there.
Yeah. Oh, that's great. Well, I appreciate you answering that for me, because your puzzle worlds are the best. I mean, they're fantastic, and I just
Thanks,
really
appreciate that.
thoroughly enjoy going through them, and everything, all the emotions that you described people go through, I went through, so it was exactly as satisfying as I had hoped it was going to be. Just wonderful. Ukulele Man 2010 asks, what was your inspiration for making Box Puzzle a factory versus, say, an office space or a dungeon or something else like that?
Yeah. So I think I do a thing that a lot of creators do of I have tons of random unfinished stuff. And I'll go make a world where I'm like, I wonder if I can make a spiral staircase animate out of the floor. And then maybe you build it and then you just put it in a drawer and never touch it again. And so actually, I had the idea of a paint machine. Just kind of came to me. I don't know if I was brushing my teeth or something, but like, I wonder if I can just like paint a thing. So I went into Horizon and I made a world where there was a cube and like a paint gun above it, and it would drop the paint and color the cube. It was really a question of like, can I animate this visual thing? And then that was it. I just kind of like, I was like, oh look, it looks it looks like it's painting it. How cool! And then forgot about it for a while. And then after Puzzles End, I was like, I want to build an environment that's cohesive. I talked about how that was my goal. So a thing I did, which I often do, is I went through and looked at what are a bunch of little random drafts. Is there anything that like ignites my interest? So I was just going through a bunch of old prototypes, and I saw that prototype of machine painting, and it was just like, oh, I could probably just make a couple more machines like this. It'd be really fun to like do animations and a bunch of machines, like an animating conveyor belt, an animating painter. Like, I think that'd be cohesive. And so just the fact that I had already built one machine, it was very then tangible to say, I think I could build a room full of machines, which a thing I said very early at the end of this was like, only stay within 10% of your skills pushing it. I said to myself, I can build animated machines. I can build a collection of them. So then the push is, can I make them feel connected? That suddenly felt a small, manageable problem. And it was just because I happened to have that prototype laying around. The only reason
Nice.
Starship is a starship is because I had a different world that was space themed that I abandoned. I wasn't just feeling the energy, but then I was just like, spaceship was lingering in my head. And so I was like, okay, well, I guess this one will be a spaceship.
Nice. Very cool. Sometimes it's just a matter of convenience, right? Hey, whatever I happen to have laying around here. Hey, this looks like it could work.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Pat
mean, the
Dooley
reason
50. Oh, go ahead.
Brainbreaker, real quick, the reason Brainbreaker Bay is like at a beach outside is after Water Wheel Wonder. I hope RC Degs is watching. Since I mentioned RC Degs was like, you should build an escape room outside in the daytime.
Yes.
I was like, if I go build another one at night or something,
Yeah, go
she's gonna say,
dark
why are all the
again.
worlds dark? So I was like, I got to do at least one more outdoors one, which is actually quite fun. I'll probably do a lot more that way. But I was just kind of in the mindset of like outdoors, and I actually took, after Water Wheel, started building a world where I took Water Wheel, cloned it, painted everything white, so it was like a snow covered winter world, and then started like deleting stuff to try to get toward like a wintry thing. And then creativity is the weirdest thing in the world. Just this little voice in my head said, what if instead of winter it's a beach? Let's do the opposite. And then suddenly I was building Brainbreaker.
Nice.
I was just like, let's just flip this on its head. And so now I have like
That's
a half
great.
built winter world somewhere for a cold day indoors.
That's
All right,
awesome.
Pat Dooley's question.
Pat Dooley 50 asks, where do you get the ideas for the smaller puzzles?
Oh,
It's the book, Small Puzzles, how to do
yeah.
them for small puzzles for dummies.
I don't know. Well, I mean, let me like anything, you just like have random ideas, but let me try to create some rhyme or reason to it. So there's all of my early puzzles, none of which are in Horizon, years ago, were all what I would call put the object in the place puzzles. And they were closer to lightweight adventure quest than puzzle rooms because they were very easy for me to design. So, like I said, the marshmallows go over the fire. The candle is unlit, and here's a torch. Uh, oh, there's a room full of tables with chairs, but a few chairs are missing. Oh, there's chairs over there. I should put them.
Mm.
And all of my original puzzles were very much of, oh, these buckets are different colors. These cubes are different colors. I guess I'll put them in the buckets. Literally just put a
Mhm.
thing in the place. I got
Sure.
really far with that, and I think I found creative and clever ways to do it. And I think the reason I did that was because I had no idea how to build puzzles. But the idea of like, you literally name an object, it's like toaster. Okay, well then put bread somewhere in the world, and then the bread goes in the toaster, right?
Mhm.
Fire extinguisher. Well then put a fire somewhere that you put the fire extinguisher on, and like literally that was it. And so I would then imagine, if I go back a few years, the way kind of my mind about puzzles worked is I might say, okay, I'm going to make an escape room in a kitchen. So I already said toaster. So if you put toast in the toaster, something happens, but the toast was in the cupboard, and I guess the cupboard was locked. So
Mhm.
where's the key? I guess the key was under the freezer, and then just kind of like
Mm.
unwind backwards of just like put object, put object, put object. So that was then the first thing I really learned. Then I think the next step for me was codes. Scripting a keypad where you can type in a number, or even just you could still do put the objects in the right place, but you could have I remember, I think the fourth escape room I ever built, you went to a table and there was a physical one, a physical two, like the number,
Mm.
and you just
Mm.
had to lay them down, which is just, it's a put the objects in the right place, but kind of as a key code puzzle. So then
Mhm.
I started looking at like, where can I hide codes? And so literally it was like, okay, I want to have a door. I'm going to have it locked by you type in a code. Okay, I'm going to make up a number, 419. Okay. Now I just need to go put 419 somewhere. So I was like, okay, maybe I'll just write it on something, or maybe you'll have to count something, or maybe if you stand in a certain place, you see the number. And so the next major, I would say, step of my evolution was just finding out different ways to hide codes
Mm.
uh, in the environment. And then the third stage, and I'll say I'm currently on stage 4. The third stage of my puzzle design was unique input devices. And so if you look at that peg board on Water Wheel Wonder where you move the
Yeah.
pegs, that
Mhm.
actually really is a really fancy keypad. Like you're typing, it's almost as if you're typing in a few different numbers you found, but the numbers are pictures. And so
Right.
that's when I started basically saying, okay, this is a keypad, but you're rotating triangles, or you're stretching out a picture. And so there's still an input system where you find a code over there and you enter it over here, but they were no longer just like keys on a keyboard. They were kind of more abstract. And then stage 4, which is where I'm at now, is trying to make puzzles that are more environmental, that are,
Mm.
because of this world's geometry, how do I get over there? Oh,
Right.
this door closes when I open that door.
Mm.
How do I wield that? Um, these are really hard because they're all unique. They're based on their own internal rules, so you have to make the rules first,
Mhm.
and so like that's what I'm currently discovering. But so like other than Starship Survival and a little bit of Brainbreaker Bay, I think every other room in this world is a really fancy find codes and input them
Mm.
into interesting input systems, but then refined through a lot of play testing, using clever things in the environment that have kind of built up over time. Um, but yeah, and I think most escape rooms you go would do in real life are lock and key. They just
Yep.
wrap it in a box. But I
Right.
will say my aspiration right now is, and I hope the next 1 or 2 worlds I build are no input codes, no locks and keys. I I really enjoyed in Starship inventing puzzles It's a lot more work. So maybe I'll do one or two more of those and then go build a more standard escape room for an easier task for a little bit. Not to say
Sure.
it's easy, it's just easier.
How do you feel about dexterity based puzzles, where you have to parkour your way through something or
Ah, yes. That's a great question. You just made me realize I forgot one of my talking points during our adventure that I can bring up now. So when we were in Waterwheel Wonder, I talked about the eureka moment of when a person discovers something they go, wow, I'm so smart. It's so much enjoyment. And I think one of the most important things about a puzzle world is you need to minimize that moment and the payoff. And so, like, when you are typing a key code, a number into a keypad, you are not solving the puzzle. You solved the puzzle when you found the key code.
right.
And so if a person is standing on top of the roof of a building and goes, oh my God, the clouds spell out a number, that's the answer, they just solved the puzzle. And now all of that tension that's been building has been released and is dissipating. And so if the person has to then go on a 2-mile walk down a flight of stairs to get to the keypad, by the time they type in the keypad and they get the reward, they're over it. Like you lost all that anticipation. So that's one of my biggest puzzle design philosophies is the second a person goes, I figured out the puzzle, you got to get the reward immediately because it's like cracking the can of a soda just a little bit. The carbonation is on you're dissipating all the stuff you built up, and it's the reward that doubles down on that feeling they have of wow, I solved it. And so when it comes to parkour, or platforming challenges of how do you jump the gaps and time it all right.
Yeah.
There's I think two things. One, you want to be really clear of what the payoff is. And so if you have a puzzle where I figured out, oh, I need to get over there, and that was a big thing to figure out. It took a lot of work to figure it out. The second I realized I need to get over there, you have that tension dissipating moment, which then means if I'm not going to fail a thing 30 times to get there, by the time I get there, I hate it. I'm mad at the world creator. I feel like they're bullying me. Like it'll be a negative experience. And so the thing I always tell people is if you want to build a platforming jump around style challenge, that has to be the whole challenge from start to finish. Don't tie it into stuff, right? So you get there and you say, oh, I need to get there. The puzzle is getting across. It happens to be a physical timing movement based puzzle. Keep it really encapsulated. The other thing to keep in mind is not everyone has that level of dexterity. And so there are going to be some people who will leave your world because they couldn't do it.
Right.
Like the puzzles I build, I like to say, if you stare at it and think about it long enough, maybe it's hours, you can get it. All the clues are here. A platforming challenge, you might have a person that doesn't have that physical dexterity or doesn't have a decade of playing video games, with 2 joysticks at once, where that person, after, like, I've seen people spend an hour trying to cross a bridge and they're so defeated, they feel terrible. So if you build a platforming challenge, make sure it's an isolated challenge. Also, one of the greatest ways to lower the difficulty bar in a world is cooperation, because you can balance out people's skills. So if you want a crazy platforming challenge, make it where across the gap is a button that if you press, it lowers the bridge. So in your group, you only need one good platformer. If they can get over there, everyone else can come in. But then maybe that person's good at this other thing and you can load balance. And so if you just say to a world, every single person has to be good at platforming, you've narrowed your audience. And maybe that's what you want to do. It goes back to what I said in Box Puzzle Factory. Know what you're trying to build the world for. If you say, I want to build the world's hardest platforming world, well, you can't dilute it for the people who are bad at platforming. But if you want to say, I want to build a great puzzle world about the pyramids of Egypt and teach people about history along the way, if that's what motivates you, don't let a hard platforming challenge dilute away from your goal. And so the having a clear goal will generally dictate what matters and what doesn't. And because I like for cerebral cooperative eureka stuff, I don't build anything that requires hard platforming. Uh, in my puzzle world, I would
Sure.
easily go build an obstacle course because people who show up are there for that purpose.
Right.
Brainbreaker Bay does require some platform movement, but it has those ladders, so if one person does it, everyone else can join up. It also creates a
Yes.
shortcut, so if you need to backtrack, you don't ever need to solve it more than one time.
Nice.
And yeah,
Very
if
cool.
you play test your worlds, you'll see people will vocalize, "Oh, I'm so over this," or "I have to do that again." And when you hear them
Yeah.
subconsciously vocalize their frustration, like, a lot of times if you make a world, people will go there and leave after 10 seconds or a minute or 2 minutes for things you just weren't aware of. And
Mhm.
so once you get a person there for 5-10 minutes, they're hooked, they're invested. And so, like, finding what those things are and balance. Like, I think in Starship, I don't know if I should admit this, probably 30 plus hours just balancing the puzzles. This
Wow.
puzzle's too hard, make a tweak, now it's too easy, make a tweak, now it's too hard. And, the
Mm,
pendulum swings, but it, slows down. And
sure.
just because, like, I don't want a world that takes 3 hours, I don't want a world that takes 5 minutes,
Mhm.
but the world was done, Rabbit Ear's done, but like those really small tweaks. And actually, Starship, I deleted 3 puzzles because it was like 3 hours too long. And like, I'm glad I
Wow.
wasn't intellectually married to those puzzles.
Sure.
They weren't the goal, they were the means. So they aren't working,
Mhm.
cut them.
Wow. Wow, that's great advice. Let me see. Ukulele Man again asks, when you have a room with multiple puzzles in it, how do you make sure the player knows where to go first and then where to go second and so on and so forth?
Yeah. It really depends on the world, um, and what you want to happen. And maybe it doesn't matter. Like, if all of the puzzles can be solved in any order, then you don't need to tell them. If the puzzles do need to be solved in order, then you do need to tell them.
Mm,
My rule of thumb is don't let people be without a goal. And so it doesn't matter if there's one thing to do or 10 things to do at once. You just want to make sure that a person can decipher a goal. And so if you've built a puzzle world and person solves, let's say, puzzle number 3, and they're like, I don't know what to do now, then you got a problem. They're probably going to leave, they're going to give up. And so you just want to make sure that you have an answer to that question. And so a thing I think about a lot when I design puzzles is I try to actually explain the mindset of the person doing the puzzle. So I
mhm,
will literally sit down and say, what does a person think when they approach this puzzle? Why do they think that? You don't want to just be like, a person comes up and says, "Oh, I can do this." How do they know that? And like,
mm,
I might say, "Oh, a person knows they can type in a code here because it's literally looks like a keypad, which they've seen 30 million times in their life. They know what a keypad is." But like, I will articulate, this is how a person knows what doesn't know what. And then I will be really clear on, so what is the puzzle? And the puzzle is almost always, there's one thing they don't know, or there's an assumption they made they shouldn't have. Like, that's the root of basically most puzzles. But so I get super, super clear on that of, in this puzzle, literally the puzzle is the person doesn't know it relates to the trees. And that's it. The second they know it relates to the trees, the puzzle's done. And so if that were the case, if that was like what the clarity I get to is, the puzzle is realizing the association to the trees, then the first question would be, is it clear this is a puzzle? Like, if they don't even know they're supposed to type something in, okay, is it clear it's a puzzle? If it's clear it's a puzzle, is it clear what the result of the puzzle looks like? Does the person know they're looking for a 5-digit number? They're looking for a 3-letter word. They're looking for a sequence of states. They're trying to get a visual thing in a certain way. So a person should be able to say, this is a thing I need to solve. This is the shape of the solution. And then be on the hunt for that shape. Once you've gotten really clear about that, um, you can usually do a lot of tweaking. So, like if I had a
Mm.
puzzle where the answer is related to the trees, what I might do is end up putting a few leaves on the floor. Or maybe if it's the trees behind you, right in front of you are a bunch of trees, so that subconsciously the world is saying trees, trees, trees. But
Mm.
that's where testing comes in mind, is you'll bring in a group and watch them and realize, oh, it's way too obvious or it's way too unobvious, and you balance and tweak. And so for me, the main thing is, can I articulate what a person is supposed to think of and why really, really clearly, and how I've helped get them into that mindset. And then usually the world just kind of unfolds. And then the only other thing I'll mention about the number of parallel puzzles is, the more there is to do at once, the more you cloud a person's mind. And so you don't
Mm.
want to, like, if there were 30 puzzles you could do at once and a person's trying to keep that all in their brain, it becomes harder to think. Use a computer analogy, all the RAM's getting used. And
Uh-huh.
so my rule of thumb is either limit the number of puzzles that come in at the same time, or make them clearly disambiguated, so that a person can be like, oh, no, no, this thing is clearly related to this puzzle and not that puzzle. And you'd be surprised how many times I've gotten that wrong. Like, I've had people come into a world and start counting the clouds, and I'm like, no, 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 there's nothing in the clouds. Or they're like, oh, the car is blue and the house is blue, and I just write a note of like, make car different color, because like they are finding patterns that aren't there.
Sure.
And
Yeah.
so when I do all of those play testing, like if I have things I've learned over years is, if you have a solution that requires a 6-digit number, I will make sure there's nothing in the world that there's like 6 things of, unless I intend
Mm.
to, because
Right.
people will count them or get distracted by them.
Sure.
And so really you just want to make sure in your head you know the person's goal, you've removed distractions, so that
Mm.
the second they open their mind and focus on the solution, it's right there. But they had to
Mhm.
be like, as I said, ready to receive it. And that could be too many distractions, too few distractions. It's not visually clear enough. They thought they already used it. They didn't know it was interactive. All of those things could obscure. And my summary of all of that is, watch people play your puzzles and take notes.
Mm.
I have at least 8 pages full of notes on all of my playtests of Starship, of just writing and
Wow.
crossing stuff off. Because I think the puzzles in there are actually like pretty good, and I feel pretty good about them. But it's because they were really bad puzzles, or medium bad, and the tweaking nonstop is how they
Sure.
got to good puzzles. A philosophy I live my life by is, if you're willing to change, it doesn't matter if you started wrong. And so, like, if you
Mm.
build bad puzzles and you're like ready, like I bring in people and it's to play the puzzles, and I'm like, you all are about to teach me what's wrong about these puzzles. And me being
Mhm.
ready to truly receive that is what makes the puzzles better. So I don't
Wow.
really make good puzzles, players do, and all I have to do is listen. But I don't know, it's taken years to learn what to listen to, because you have people who come in and
Mm.
say, this puzzle would be really cool if it were on top of a unicorn. And then I got to learn to be like, sorry, that I'm going to filter that one out. But this other thing you said was useful. And that's just taken a muscle to build.
Nice. I love that. I love that. All right. So Matt Janey asks, where did you get the name WaffleCopter?
Oh, yeah. Um, so, you know, old school internet memes, back in the days of AOL Instant Messenger, ROTFL is, rolling on the floor laughing. And there was this old GIF that was the ROTFL copter. So it was a helicopter, and
Mm.
it's spinning, and it just has ROTFL coming out of it. And so that was
Yes.
just you would share that GIF to just mean you're laughing a ton. And
Uh-huh.
ROTFL copter is, I think a fun term. And so when I was figuring out my username, I wanted it to be ROTFL copter, or Rotfulcopter, and that name was taken. So I tried WaffleCopters, and that name was taken. So I started thinking about something else, and then I suddenly was like, well, actually, the word waffle sounds a lot like rotful. And so I was like, okay, well, instead of WaffleCopter, I will do WaffleCopter. And that username was taken. So I added an S and made WaffleCopters. And I was like, okay, that seems pretty good. And then the next, I wasn't fully bought in yet, but I was like, I think that's going to be my username. Because I really sat on that of like, I care what my username is. But then the next day I realized I can make a helicopter where the blades are waffles. And that could be
Right.
my logo and a visual branding element that'll be like silly and fun.
Yeah.
And that like
But
was a done
memorable.
deal for me when I
Yeah, yeah,
realized
yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah. Because everybody knows that. I mean, everybody knows that. It's all your worlds. It's I know
All
this
of them.
guy.
Yep.
All right. Oculos 410 asks, do you have any worlds that you have never been published? And if so, what happened to them? Did you delete them? Did you save them? Are you planning to revisit them? It's probably not an if, but or do you? But what have you done with the worlds that you haven't published? Because I'm sure we all have worlds that
Oh
never
yeah,
made it to
I
publish.
definitely have over 100 worlds that aren't published. Some of which are like almost empty. I think all of us are like, I'm
Mm,
going to build something new today, and then an hour later, just we're not feeling the energy.
yeah.
I have worlds across the spectrum of incomplete. I do have a lot of things that are like an afternoon prototype that I could just delete. Like my main takeaway was the idea, and so if I ever go use the idea, I'll just rebuild it. So like when I built Pox Puzzle Factory, and I said I had that prototype of the painter, I rebuilt it from scratch because I had learned more and I knew more. Um, in Water Wheel Wonder, there was an entirely additional puzzle that I fully built. It was super interactive. It was the most interactive puzzle in the whole world. And the early playtest showed it was just way too long. So I deleted it,
Mm.
but I now have a world that is literally just a green floor with that puzzle, maybe, for a rainy day. Um, I
Nice.
have multiple escape rooms that are. I have one that has just like one puzzle fully built, one that has two puzzles, partial environments. Um, I have two clones of Zap Zap that have completely different maps, but that aren't quite finished.
Hmm.
Um, I have a bunch of little different prototypes. It's funny because a lot of times people will reach out to me and be like, "Hey, do you think you could script this thing?" I'm like, "Yeah, I have a little prototype that kind of does something like that." Just because I like to prototype and try. And
Uh-huh.
the yeah, I mean, my general way I approach worlds is there's a certain moment that I like to think of as the downslope. It's when the roller coaster crests the top of the hill. And so once you crest the top of the hill, you're going down. You might go up again, but the hills get smaller and smaller and smaller.
Mm.
And so whenever I'm building a world, I try to be very clear with myself of have I crested the top of the hill? What does that feel like and how do I know? And one of my rules is if I say I've crested the top of the hill, I finish the world. And so if there's
Right.
any risk I'm not going to finish this world, don't tell myself I've crested. So whenever I'm
Right.
working on something, I ask, am I over the top of the hill? And if I feel any hesitancy to tell myself I'm on the downslope, I ask why, what's missing, what's not working, and then I'll try to
Mm.
fix that. But when I built Stone Cove Escape, I think 15, 20 hours in, I was like, okay, so I'm like 20 hours into this world. Like, I got the puzzle, I got the theme. Am I on the downward slope now? And I couldn't convince myself that this world was a done deal. And by done deal, I mean
Mm.
like many, many, many hours, but that I was intellectually over the hump. And I thought
Sure.
about why, and I realized I didn't like it. Like, I just didn't like the world, whatever that meant. So I stopped and I went file
Good.
new. So I went file new and I completely started it over. And then it was good. Um, So yeah, I completely started over, and then I liked it much better. I realized it was the layout I didn't like, and so kind of rearranging and refiguring out the layout
Oh,
that
th-
that felt much better, and so then I stuck with it. And so yeah, I have tons of unfinished worlds, and a lot of them are just because I couldn't quite find that energy. A lot of them come back. Um, and 6 months later bring the world and finish it, and a lot of times they don't, never to be seen or heard from again. The worlds, not the people.
So we're almost out of time here, but I have one more question, and that is from Quantum Ethos. He asks, the spider world, the one that has the different parts as legs, are the legs IK based or inverse kinematics based? How did you figure out the leg animation?
Yeah. Um, I should probably put a door to that world in here. It's just a prototype. It's almost like installation art. So the world that Quantum is describing, there's a spider where one of its legs is a bent traffic light, another one of its legs is a fence post, another is the cement arm from a cement truck, and then one of its legs is just a rectangle because I didn't finish it. But it's kind of like made of an industrial waste and junk, and then there's a sphere that if you grab and move around, this giant spider will walk and follow the sphere. Mostly just a prototype if you could build a walking animated creature in Horizon. So it is using an IK system, which is inverse kinematics, which is just the way animators control arms or legs, anything that you want a jointed system. You basically, if you imagine an arm, you want to say where the hand is, and then the arm just does the right thing. So for the spider, I built an IK system so I could just say where the feet go and the legs would just do the right thing. So yeah, it's building an IK system. It's just a couple lines of very dense math. So the code is very, very, very short, but like impenetrable math. I drew a picture in a notebook, figured out all the math, and then just copied it into Horizon. Um,
Right.
I have taken that IK script and put it into its own separate world that I've given tons of people access to. So if anyone does want a programmable IK system that's fully flexible, just message me and I can add you to it so you can use it.
Wonderful. So, with that, I think we will go ahead and wrap it up. I know there are some more questions that have been asked in the comments section. Maybe we can get a little bit of a dialogue going back and forth. Maybe you wouldn't mind going to the official Meta Horizon Worlds YouTube channel and just kind of perusing through there and maybe answering some questions in the comments section. Feel free to keep commenting in there. Don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel for more information and content like this, more live streams and more videos, all kinds of cool stuff that's coming out. Any last words you have before we wrap it up?
Sure. Definitely go make puzzles. Try to make puzzles. They're super fun. But also, I hope, even if you don't want to build puzzles, I think a lot of the things I described are applicable to anything of, having clear goals, empathizing with the mindset of the person consuming the experience, you know, just take all of that as guidelines, not, hard rules. If anyone does want to build a puzzle, I love coaching folks on puzzles. So I'm glad to look at a puzzle, give thoughts, advice, or brainstorm them. It's super fun and motivating. Just message me. I generally respond. I will jump onto the page and respond to the comments. I think for anyone who is watching the stream and not exhausted yet, I will say at least for a little bit longer, since we're going to end the stream, I'll go jump into a public instance of Waffle World and hang out in there a bit. So if anyone on the stream does want to jump into VR and kind of chat as a group, feel free to come join me, and no worries if not. But for those who want to come in, see you in Waffle World. So thanks,
Awesome.
everyone.
After party. After party. Very good.
Yeah.
All right.
No
Keep the
waffles
conversation
provided.
going. No waffles provided. This is a
Only food.
BYOW party. Bring your own
Yes.
waffles. Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome.
Well, feel free to join WaffleCopters in the public version of his Waffle World. And we will look forward to seeing everybody in the next live stream. Thanks for watching, everybody.
See everyone.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I'm going to head there. I will see you around.
Okay.
Stream's here. Maybe I can find a nice safe place to jump to. What's up, stream? It's Oculus410. I hope you enjoyed the live stream. We are at the after party of the live stream with Waffle himself, I think. But feel free to keep commenting. Make sure that you ask some questions. Maybe we can sneak some in. But once Waffle comes back, we're going to join him. We're in a public instance. Feel free to join us. What's up, Omni? Welcome to the live stream. Waffle should be back soon. Come on over. Over here is our live stream camera. You can wave, say hello to everybody watching on YouTube. Or hide in the corner. It's cool. B Whimsy just loaded in.
Hi there.
What's happening, B Whimsy? Welcome to the live stream. Looks
Well,
like
this
Waffle is
very
back.
cool. Hi there.
Hello, I crashed.
Welcome back, Waffle. We got the stream still here, so feel free to hang out, talk, socialize. Oh, we got some pancakes to go with our waffles.
Right on.
Yeah, but waffles are
What's
better
up?
because they have little pockets for you to put things.
Looks like we might have to
waffles
settle
are just
this
a
in Zap
vehicle
Zap.
for syrup.
Oh my god.
That's a joke. Nah, yeah. That was just something that took word.
All right,
Seems like
let's
the
keep it
stream is still
clean,
going.
folks. Let's keep it clean. Yeah, we got the live stream still going. People are going to be asking questions if they want. Maybe if we get a really good one, we'll ask one bonus question. But otherwise, this is your show. Feel free to socialize,
Sure,
hang
yeah.
out,
No
talk
worries,
about
yeah.
your newest creation, Starship Survival.
Sure. Whatever folks want to talk about.
I actually
Yeah, were there
called
any
it with
questions?
your
Yeah.
name. I was so glad to hear it when you said where your name came from. I was talking with Lakes and we had a friendly bet.
Oh, yeah.
I said I guaranteed it's something to do with WaffleCopters. So that was really yeah, good. The payoff was good there.
Yeah, it's just a slight twist on the pronunciation.
I had
I love
forgotten
it.
all about WaffleCopters. Didn't even occur to me. It's been so long since
Today
I thought
was the
about
first
that.
time
I
it came
know.
back to me.
That is a long time ago. But all right, were there any questions from the stream folks felt weren't answered? Or
Hey, I just wanted to ask about your design here, just since we're looking at it from a wide angle from the stream. Talk about the design of your Waffle World hub and where did it start? Did you only have like 2 or 3 worlds, or did it take, kind of a few to fill it in before you decided to have a hub?
No, so I've made hubs in places before Horizon. The hub, when I first made a hub ever, It was for a very practical purpose of, oh, you just did an escape room and you want to do more? Here is a link to more. I think I didn't talk about, but a thing that got me really started making puzzles in VR was when I first got my VR headset and I wanted to go do escape rooms with people. I couldn't find any. I found a number of one-player puzzle worlds in the store, but I was like, I want to like go hang out with people and that like puzzles and do them together. Oh, there aren't any. Well, I guess if someone's got to make them, I might as well start learning how. But so then I just literally wanted to provide people of here's where to find more puzzles. But then I started to realize that oh yeah, I definitely can see I'm drifting. Yeah, well, these platforms aren't level. It's good to know. But
We should talk about
the
snapping in one of your tutorials.
yeah, this was I built these platforms before the snapping rewrite last year. But anyway, so the hub was a very utilitarian perspective of here's a list of doors. But then what I found out was anytime I released a new escape room, all of my escape rooms would kind of like start trending because they would all get discovered, they'd all get activated, and as a creator, that was good to me to have that. And then a thing I've started playing with a little bit that I might do more was kind of using it as an expectation setter of so people are like, oh, has Waffle made a new escape room? You can just jump into this world, and if there was, you'd see it. And so I need to start doing more of that. I've done that in other places of more regularly updating the world and encouraging people to check it out. And then I liked the idea of decorating each of the doors, giving people a little bit of expectation of here's what's inside. It's probably the part of me that just likes like Disney and Universal. Of it's like my own little theme park. There's the little lands, but
Right.
and then yeah, have a hub. I think I had
Yeah,
this
my
hub the
favorite
second I had
thing.
a sec. Two worlds was enough for a hub.
Oh, well, that's
Go ahead.
fantastic. And one of the things that I tell people based on this being my first experience in a hub world, the little details of each world and how you laid out your hub world. I always say to people, use something from that world as a theme before they go into the door, because that'll give them kind of a little bit of an idea of what they're about to see. I mean, tell us about that. Your layout looks pretty much like there's a small little piece of every world that was pulled from it and thrown in front of the door for a little bit of a kind of a draw into the world.
Yep. Yeah. The basically as soon as I'm done with a world and I move into testing, the world is done enough that I know there'll be no major changes. So I come in here and I make an island that copies the general visual aesthetic. And then
Hmm.
I will actually leave the island with a door that says coming soon to kind of if anyone does see they'll be teased to know there's one coming soon. But yeah, it literally is just meant to be a micro feeling of the world. For people who maybe don't read the title or don't quite look at the picture, gives a little bit of a sense of the feeling. It's funny because even just standing here staring at that one, I'm like, I should add some of the pink trees, like to add a little bit
Hmm.
more of the flavor of what's in the door. And so the newest one hopefully makes a person say, you're about to go walk into a spaceship. And if a person's like, I don't want to walk in a spaceship, I want to hang out on the beach, well then hopefully this one says, well, there's an inner tube and a beach, but then also the crane, because like, why is there a crane there? And then just really try to lean into the style.
That's awesome. Yeah, and I don't know if you want to just stand on this platform and answer questions or not.
Sure.
Feel free to take us into one of these worlds, but do you mind if I kind of survey if anybody has questions?
No, please do. I'd love to answer more questions.
All right, so it's up to everybody in the world, and if you're watching right now, get into VR, hop into Horizon Worlds, and come join us in Waffle World. WaffleCopters is going to take us through a little bit of maybe a tour. We don't know yet, but we're going to answer some questions. Anybody in here have any questions? Come on up. Come on up. Don't be scared. All right, going spectacularly. So why don't we jump right into one more question for me then? I was going to ask you. So you've been in
Well, how about
Horizon
this?
for quite a.
We're not going to do
Oh yeah,
anything else until there's at least 5 questions. So just
5
for
questions.
everyone
Look,
else, we're just
Waffle
going to
is
stand here
challenging you
in
to
awkward
5
silence. Anyway.
All right.
All right. So what you're going to say?
So I was going to ask you. So you've been in Horizon for quite a while. I don't know how much detail you can get into the history of you, Horizon, and your world building. But is there anything you can give us about the history of WaffleCopters from beginning, joining, whether it's Meta or just coming into Horizon, beginning building? And did you kind of have any moment where you were just feeling stale or burnt out and want to take a break? I know that's kind of loaded, so I figured I'd give you a lot of time for people to ask questions.
Sure. In terms of the question of burnt out, want to take a break, generally Friday afternoon, and then hopefully by Monday recovered. But I think that's just like life.
So by
But
Friday evening, having an entire QA, that's probably not good for a burnout session.
no, I'm not burnt out. I'm fine. I was making a joke. But yeah,
No,
I
that's
mean, I
great.
can share a little bit. So I was at Meta for basically 10 years. I was on the
Wow.
Horizon team. That's not a secret. I was on the Horizon team from the very start. I mean, it's a big team, you know, it takes a village, you know, basically to build a Horizon. And the thing was like at that point I had already, I mean, I was at that point had been using like Maya and Blender more than 15 years prior, and like playing with Poser and Bryce 3D, if people know those. And so like I've always been interested in the creative tools space. So as soon as the Horizon tools were far enough to do a thing, you know, just being on the team, I was like, in my free time, I'm gonna like push the tools as far as they can go. And so like for actually instance, Rescue the Inventor. So in the very early days of Horizon, there was like no scripting system. There was no way to render text. It was just geometry, colors, and then you could make, if an object is in the right place, you could play an animation. Was about it. I was like, that's enough for an escape room. And so Rescue the Inventor was literally built the second the team was like, you can do triggers. And then when they added text, I went back in and updated it. And so there was a bit of some of these worlds where it was like, oh, I want to try to use a new feature that's up and coming, or just always push, like abduction deduction, for instance, which is over there, was originally, I think, the oldest one. No, I made it
Wow.
right after Rescue the Inventor, but the capacity at that point was so low. The world was tiny, and it like only had one puzzle, and it wasn't that good. And so, as Horizon's capacity ceiling kept growing, it reached a point where like I was like, I can build a world so much bigger than this, and I loved the visual aesthetic of the partial house thing. So I just one day started gutting that world and took a bunch of the art and completely redid it. Just because at the time when I first built it, the tools weren't very much there. And then yeah, just in terms of you know my journey, just kept that off. I did leave Meta, and the main reason was to be WaffleCopters. I was making worlds in my free time on nights and weekends, and I want to make content. I want to make YouTube videos that I just made my first that teach math. Of I know a lot of people go to make these 3D worlds and they don't remember trigonometry or vectors and rotations,
Oh
and
my.
so
Yeah, it's
my
been
hope
so
going
long.
forward is to spend my time helping close those gaps, making puzzle worlds. I spend a lot of time teaching creators. Um, my rule is teach the teachers. So if you know someone comes to me and asks me for my help, and I say, "Who are you going to go teach this next?" If they don't have an answer, I don't help them. Um, and just because that's helping a dead end, and you know, don't throw stuff down a hole. And so I think if we, you know, if
Excellent
everyone
advice.
becomes a little bit of a teacher, we all learn a lot faster. And so it's basically where a lot of my time is going right now, is making content and raising that stuff up. And yeah.
Fantastic. Now I see Quantum has a
That's
question.
awesome.
That means you're going to jump up onto the platform and you're going to ask the question and be present for it. I'm going to slide off to the side. Go ahead.
Oh, thanks, Oculus. Hey, Waffle. Good to
Hello.
listen to you on YouTube. Hey, I did ask a question during the live stream, and it
Joe question?
basically is about your history with Facebook Meta. Um, what's the reason we chose block-based coding, you know, like from scratch versus developing and uploading from Unity? Is there anything you can share on, you know, why we chose that as our scripting for the worlds?
Yeah, you'd have to ask the Horizon team that question, unfortunately.
Gotcha. Yeah.
It's a valid question, valid answer.
Yeah, it's a valid
Anything that you want
question.
to talk about?
There are good answers. I would encourage you to ask that, to Meta for all that they want to share. I unfortunately don't have anything to share about it.
Gotcha.
There you go.
Gotcha.
Do you prefer code
Sorry to not
blocks
be
over
helpful.
like text-based scripting, or what do you think about the scripting as it is, and could it be improved one way or another, whether back to text-based or move forward with enhancing how it looks now and continuing on with the code blocks?
Yeah, I mean, my general philosophy on creative tools is maximizing flow states. If you haven't read the book Flow, I would highly go check it out about just maximizing, like getting into high rates of productivity. And so I think Horizon's tools currently are really good at a pretty wide list of things. And I like being in headset. I like being able to hang out while I build. I like how I can quickly build and test. And I think I can get in the states of flow for a lot of things. Um, there are definitely, though, things where I'm unable to get into a state of flow. Um, when I was working on Starship, there are times where I would just spend multiple hours back to back to back just programming, where I don't need the 3D, I don't need the immersiveness of the hands, I don't need to jump into an embodied avatar and test stuff. And I'm just really like, I said my role previous in life was a programmer over a decade ago. And so, like, I'm just programming. And I won't be prescriptive on what the solution to that needs to be. It's up to the Horizon team to figure out. But the current setup, I don't get into a flow state for that particular style of thinking, which is increasingly where I'm spending more and more and more of my time. I find myself getting faster and faster at art, building, using the tools, but not at the programming standpoint, because every time I get faster and better at using the programming in Horizon, the things I want to build have 10x'd while my skills have like 2x'd. And so, like, the next world I want to go build, I'm terrified to go do, because I think it has like 10 times more scripting than Starship. It probably has like 3 times the scripting of Zap Zap, which, like, I'm not really excited to go do. And so I do think there's a bunch Meta and the Horizon team can do to encourage flow state when you're doing heavy programming stuff. And just like the rest of you, I every night I'm like, just please let it be tomorrow. But
Absolutely.
so
So
far,
I do
so
have a,
far, there's not been a single tomorrow where that happened. But maybe in the future there will be a tomorrow where that happens. Whatever,
exactly,
whatever the solution is. Yep.
and I do have a question in the chat, but I'm going to kind of twist it up a little bit because their question was, how long should it take to learn coding? My question to you kind of relates back to Lake's origin in Horizon. People think he walked in and he kind of was materialized out of the scripting panel because of all of his asset world objects and scripts. But he came in and didn't know anything about the scripting panel. He had to learn it. And he actually got to the point where he was just practice, repeat. You said you had some programming background. Now, was the programming background beneficial to coming into Horizon and scripting, or was it more of a hindrance because it was a difference in between the two, I guess, languages? Or
Yeah. So one thing I think just to mention about Lakes is Lakes had done a little bit of programming here and there before Horizon, was versed in stuff, and so, like, the only reason I bring that up is it's very easy to compare yourself to folks and not compare your journey to their journey. But
Mhm.
even so, everyone's different. And so, like, yes, Lakes came in here not knowing quite all that he knows now, but I also don't want someone to think that you come in and as fast as Lakes does, pick everything up. So it's somewhere in the middle.
I'm proof of that.
Yeah,
That's not the case.
I mean, the first code I ever wrote was 21 years ago.
Wow.
And I don't think since that day I've ever gone more than 30 days without writing code. So, like, I've done it a lot. I've done it a ton. So, like, I'm super comfortable with coding. I think it has helped me immensely in Horizon. Like, the thing is, coding is a tool. So there's knowing how to use the tool, but there's also just the thought process around knowing how to use a tool. So, like, I've spent a lot of time just learning to, like, think like a programmer. And like, programming, basically being a good programmer is about being a master of 3 separate things. The first is making ideas concrete. Right? So when a person says, I want this door to open when you stand in front of it, is a very human framing. But the
Mhm.
ability to say, a person's going to stand in the front of the door, which is a thing I need to detect. When I detect that thing happening, I'm going to then cause the door to perform a change in its rotation. So no matter what programming language you're using, getting that clear in the framing is the first skill of being really good at programming, is thinking with that level of clarity and precision. The
Wow.
second thing about programming is becoming really, really good at the tools. Knowing how to use variables, loops, and whatever it is, which often requires mastering a programming language, whether it's Horizon's block-based system, whether it's C++ for game engines, or it's JavaScript for the web. But like, if you're learning woodworking, you're going to learn to master, a radial saw and a table saw, and you're going to learn a miter, and like those are the tools. But even if you're a master of those, you still need to know how to think like a woodworker. What is a join? What is a routing? And all of what is a mold? And so you got to have the thought process. You got to know the tools, and then the last thing you got to be really good at to be a programmer is the domain. What I mean by the domain is you could be a programmer who's simulating protein folding in a biology lab. You got to know about a ton about proteins of biology. You could be in Horizon building a highly interactive game. You probably got to know a little bit about authority management with client and server and user feedback and haptics and game design. If you're a programmer, working for NASA, you probably got to know a lot about rockets. And so I think being a good programmer is about the intersection of those three: thinking like a programmer, knowing the programming languages, and knowing the domain.
Mm-hmm.
And so, at least for my own experience, spent a lot of time programming, so I feel good thing about a programmer. In terms of the tools, in my time as a programmer, I've used Scratch, I know C++, I know C#, I know JavaScript. I've known enough things that it's kind of like being a polyglot. Of each language you pick up gets a little easier. And then the other thing, at least for me, in terms of the domain, was, like I said, I did Maya decades ago and spent a lot of time playing with 3D. So at least for me, when I started building 3D stuff in VR, even before Horizon, I was like, I didn't even know it, but I've been training for this my whole life, which was, I think, very lucky. But I don't want anyone to think that, like, again, that the adult doesn't pop out, the baby does. And so I don't want anyone to think that I just like woke up and was like, oh, I'm gonna just do this today. Even puzzles, like, I'm 4 or 5 years into my journey of making puzzles, and which I think is noobish in terms of the overall arc, but definitely not a noob. And so to go all the way back to the question of like, how long does it take to learn programming? I disagree with the premise of the question. Programming is not a thing that can be learned, right? If you lived infinite years, you would never learn all of programming. And so, I think there's a question of, progress and learning over time. And so if a person came into Horizon and said, I want to make it, where you put a key in a lock and the door animates open and plays a sound, you can learn that in a matter of days from mimicry of, I can replicate that. It's an order of weeks to really understand it, and it's an order of months to be able to invent with it, of really, really tweak. But so if someone came in and said, I want to make puzzles or whatever it is, and I'm really interested in different types of keys and doors and having the stuff move around and stuff, I would say on the order of a month, you should be able to build stuff. And then depending on your own experience, your own style of learning, those few months might lead to a very narrow set of stuff, but that's capable. It might lead to a very wide set of stuff. We're all a little bit different. But I think most of the stuff in that realm is months. And then I'm going to say a thing that I don't want to turn any people away, but really learning complex game design, 3D math, enough about intimate games to build something like a ZapSat from scratch is years to learn all of that stuff. But luckily, in Horizon, you can share stuff. I'm always glad to help people with their stuff and share stuff. I'm sure at some point Meta will make it easier and easier to package stuff, so hopefully I can share the laser guns, which will give people a foot up. And at least my hope for Horizon is that we can kind of all stand on each other's shoulders and things get easier and easier and easier. But it's the we're trying to become experts at something, and expert takes a long time. And so I think any motivated person could learn enough about scripting and puzzle design to build a Rescue the Inventor or a Puzzles and Metal within their first 6 months of starting, and that the other ones are going to be a lot more work.
Yeah, that's amazing. There's a lot to unpack there. So go watch this back after the live stream, because just what you said in that first part of it, where walking up to the door, it's not just opening the door, it's there's detection, the action of the door has to play. So there's a lot in there that just was an aha moment for me. And I'm sure some of y'all that are trying to figure out programming might have as well. But also the asset sharing part. You can build Zap Zap from scratch if you have the passion and you have the knowledge and you take the time to learn it. But with the asset sharing, even the launcher essentials or launcher examples, there are people that have remade Arena Clash levels. So it's just amazing where just having these asset worlds are really helping people get a head start and helping with that passion of building. So don't be discouraged. Use the tools, rely on the resources that are out there, network with the people in here, and who knows what you'll come up with. I know Omni has a
Yeah,
question. You want to come up on here?
Real quick, you should not need to learn everything and become an expert. And so we should hope that while we are learning and going deeper, Horizon's ceiling and floor are raising, and that
Right.
it all moves together. My hope is that you will be able to build awesome stuff one day without ever knowing any trig. But at least in the human race, for the next few years, the most advanced stuff requires trig. But on the shoulders of others. All right, go ahead, Omni.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, Waffle. That was, like I said, that was a lot to unpack. So please come back, watch this again. We're going to move on to Omni Parker. Come on up, ask your question.
So I am lucky enough to have had conversations with you. My eyes usually glaze over after a little while because the level of math that you can get into is beyond me. But one of the things that you started to explain to me, and if you could go deeper, I know other people would probably love to hear this. One of the first things I came to you with was learning vector math. And the first thing you said is there shouldn't really be a reason you need to learn vector math in Horizon. Because I think the math side of it that people talk about when coding tends to scare people off.
Yeah.
Can you kind of expand on how some of the code blocks actually do a lot of the work for you if you're able to learn those as opposed to learning? Like the square root of k is used in the spring
Yeah.
block.
So like I was saying a minute ago, like I definitely think the hope is that the floor raises over time and things get easier and easier and easier. One of the tricky things is like because Horizon gives all of the raw math elements, it's already very, very, very powerful, but at the price of insane expertise. Right? It's like if you go into Home Depot, it's like, we have the pieces, you can build a house from this, and it's like, I don't know how to use a screwdriver. It's like, okay, well then you can't build a house. But like having the raw tiny pieces means that like the ceiling is super, super high. The problem is you then have to like go learn that expertise. And so what I think we've already seen, some of Horizon do, I think the most recent release is a great example of, here's a code block that will help you make a thing act as if it were attached to a spring. That block allows you to use it without having to learn, Hooke's law of how springs work. I imagine Horizon will add more and more over time. A script marketplace or an asset marketplace will make those easier and easier and easier. Like I do think it'll get easier. Like I think an interesting, a concrete example is if you had two vectors in Horizon and you wanted to know what is the angle between them, or if you're in an airplane, you're like, I want to know its pitch, which is what is the angle from the ground. Um, Horizon has all of the tools right now you need to do that if you're comfortable with trig. Like there's an inverse tangent or an inverse trig in that, which is not something that most of us wake up and like, oh, I'm just going to use inverse trig today. But that line of code in Horizon is just a few code blocks. And so like if Horizon had the tools, which I'm sure they're either working on it or it's hopefully not too far away, I don't know, but like I would love to be able to write those few code blocks and say, here is a code block called angle between vectors. Okay, so then like that still means you might need to know a little bit about angles and vectors, but that is a higher floor. And then maybe someone else takes that and some other thing and combines those and provides a higher and higher thing. There is an infinite tension though that exists of the higher level you go, the less configuration you get. And so like, if you have an asset pack, you're like, oh, I just want to use the guns. And then if you say, I want these guns to zap people and make them weightless. Well, if the guns weren't built for that, you can't do it. And so there always is a tension that at some point you need to crack things open and really dive deep, but that if you stay within the constraints, you can still do a lot. And so right now as a creator, you can really just like make worlds. But hopefully in the near future, you can make scripts, you can make configurations, you can make tools, and that like motivated people can make things that other people can use as well. And then, like a color picker. A color picker means you don't need to learn RGB anymore. If there's no color picker, you got to learn RGB. And so as more and more of these pieces appear, the floor should keep going higher and higher and higher. But at the moment, like until Horizon builds like hinges and joints, you can only build a piston in Box Puzzle Factory by doing the trig. But if Horizon were just like, here's how you build a jointed, articulated system, and then you would just like do what you do in real life if you would just turn the crank and it would do what it's supposed to do. But that's a complex system to build. It'll happen at some point. It's just a lot of work on their side. I don't know if that answered your question or...
Yeah.
Great question, Omni. Thank you. We do have a question from the chat from earlier. Zandria Hart wanted to know scavenger hunts. Do you consider those puzzle games? Would you ever consider making one?
I do think they're puzzle games. I actually think everything is a puzzle. Like if you actually try to like define what is a puzzle, you'll either create something too narrow or too wide. It's like I said earlier in that I think a puzzle is anything that mostly happens in your mind. So puzzle's a very wide term. The thing I don't think scavenger hunts do is I don't think they have the eureka moment that the puzzles that I build do. Doesn't make them better or worse. I think it's the differentiator. And so what I think scavenger hunts do is they get you in more of the mindset of a stroll. It's a really great way to feel out a space, to explore it, to kind of poke around every nook and cranny. And so like building a world that's really fun to just look around and go high and low, like if that motivates a person, they should build scavenger hunts. I think scavenger hunts are super fun. I've done scavenger hunts virtual and real that I've enjoyed. I don't necessarily feel a strong motivation to make them myself. And I think that's mostly just because where I'm at right now in my own journey is I'm just really enjoying learning about puzzle design and also interaction mechanics. So like, can I use Horizon tools to build a lever you can actually pull and like make feel good? Starship had one, but the puzzle was made. I deleted the puzzle, so the pullable lever is gone. But and so like, if I wake up tomorrow and I'm like, I really want to learn about environment design and sight lines and blocking and high versus low density and flow through spaces. If I wake up tomorrow and I'm like, that excites me, I would probably start building scavenger hunts right away, because I think it would also tickle the part of my brain that they're kind of puzzly. But I, at least at the moment, don't find that they would resonate with the particular thing that's driving me. But who knows? I can totally imagine someone coming tomorrow and saying, "Hey, Waffle, I have this idea for a scavenger hunt," and I could imagine hearing an idea that goes, "Oh my god, that's amazing! I want to help." Just hasn't come to me. The next world I want to make is going to definitely be more like Starship Survival, of puzzles that are built upon the rules of the world. So because the world behaves this way, here are the puzzles. I've only ever done that once, and I'm really eager to do it again. I have a few other projects I'm doing first, and I don't actually have an idea for the new one yet. Well, actually, I have a new idea. I just haven't come up with any puzzles I think aren't garbage, and that's usually step one: is convince yourself there are good puzzles.
For sure. And it's kind of funny because we kind of have a running joke throughout some of the tours groups. What's the next step for some people? And we say, how about an idea, regardless of what it is, in space? And you tackled that with your most recent one. So that's fantastic. So where do you go after space? Who knows? We'll have to stay tuned. If you have more questions, please
The
drop
next
them
one
in the
might
chat.
be a garden. But
A
we'll see.
garden. Yeah, he'll bring it back down to earth, literally. We do have a question from Homed before we get to any other questions in the room. Homed wants to know, of all the puzzle worlds you've made, which one would you say is your favorite, and which one was the most challenging? Any particular challenge that comes to mind, and how you went about solving it? Great question, Homed.
I do have a least favorite puzzle world.
Oh, least favorite. Let's start there.
It's Puzzle Zen. Although
I think that's because of where you started, right? It's so basic, or the trigger in, trigger out type thing.
Well, it's I also don't like Rescue the Inventor either. The thing I really don't like about Puzzle Zen is it feels like 4 different worlds glued together. And I'm not trying to crap on it. Again, I'm really proud of what it means for my history. I was proud of the time. I still think it's fun, but literally, they just feel like the puzzles are unrelated to each other, and so it's just oh look, we are gathering keys. Why are we gathering keys? I don't know, but do it. And it just doesn't really fit together, and so that's the thing that I think irks me the most about it, is that I didn't have a theme. I was just making up as I went. I think it's the most primitive version of most of the things that I've come to understand. And then I don't like Rescue the Inventor just because I built it at a time when Horizon was so limited, that the world itself is really limited. And then the other thing I don't like about it is the entire objective is masked. So it's called Rescue the Inventor, and while you are playing the world, every time you solve a puzzle, you are incrementally releasing the inventor. And when all of the puzzles are solved, the inventor is free. But because the world is so dark, the layout is so confusing that the majority of people play it and they have no idea that they're even releasing this inventor as they go. So they're just in this dark room solving random puzzles, and then suddenly a guy appears that's thank you for saving me. And it's just very incongruent. So those two are my least favorite at the moment. I would have said Abduction Deduction, but that one at least I've gone and fixed. So those two are just at some point I will go and overhaul them. I will clone them though, and just probably make a corner that's relics. I wish I had kept the old Abduction Deduction. I think it would have been pretty cool to see. That was a very, very lame world. There was just 4 copies of the same house, and it was spot the difference. It's just nothing bad. It's just that was it. My
quick callback to Abduction
world,
Deduction, though, real quick. Abduction Deduction,
you got
thanks to that
started.
world and Waffle, is why World Tours exist. So if it wasn't for that world and frustrating me and leaving and coming back to figure out why am I not getting this world, it encouraged me to help others after I figured it out. And from there, Tours was born. So thank you, Waffle, for that. Huge shout out. But continue on with your favorites and your most
Awesome.
challenging and how you overcame it.
I don't think I have a favorite. I feel like that's asking a parent who's their favorite kid.
We won't tell the others. Don't worry.
My favorite is basically always the last one I built.
Mm.
So like my favorite at the moment is Starship, and then if you had asked me 2 months ago, I would have just said Brainbreaker, and if you asked me before that, I would have said, but at Water Wheel. But the I have different things that I find different. Like Box Puzzle still has I think some of my favorite animations I've ever done. Um Stone Cove, I think, has my favorite spatial progression. So one thing I really don't like about a lot of real life escape rooms is what I call context reset. So if you've ever done a real life escape room, you're solving a room and suddenly a door opens and there's just a new room. And it's like, cool, start over. And even if it's on theme, even if there's one thing you got to go back and gain, it's just kind of like a reset. And then like the size of the escape room is just like, how many of those do they bolt onto each other? And so if you notice, a lot of my escape rooms are you start off in a space and then you open the world and it's all there for you to unwrap. And so like you get it was always there all along and you got to download it. Stone Cove, I actually took an approach of, could I make a world that is progressive disclosure of like, oh, there's another room, there's another room, there's another space, there's another space, but that didn't feel reset. And so actually in Stone Cove, a thing maybe if anyone has done it, they might have noticed, it's the only world I've made where you have to solve the puzzles in a specific order. Literally every single puzzle unlocks the next puzzle. There is only one order to the whole world. And so like that world is literally whispering, hey, I'm going to walk you through this world in a very specific route. And I think it's like really cool of like you end up right below where you started. And so I like feel really good about that. And I mean, I could go around all of these except for those two and tell you like what I love the most about them. And so I don't particularly have a favorite.
You're about to fall
I
off.
think if you were to say which world would I just like go read a book in, depending on the day of the week, it's one of these two, which I can thank RC Degs for. It'd be one of the daytime worlds.
And as far as the most challenging thing that you had to overcome, anything come to mind?
I don't know that I can answer that because like I feel like everything I've ever done was the most challenging at that moment. Because like I really believe in push myself each time I make a world, and so like Starship Survival was 1,000 times harder to build than Abduction Deduction, but how hard it was for me, I think, was basically as hard as building Abduction Deduction at the time. So I'm not sure. I will say though, like I do think the universally hardest thing I've done is either Starship or Zap Zap. So Starship, there is one thing I did with it that I've done with no other world, which is I sat on it for like 3 months, but not just like sitting on it. Like I had a notebook where I was just trying to think through the puzzles, ideas. I like started over. Like the first idea was the spaceships going to different planets, and then there was like all sorts of different ideas. But like the with Starship, there was so this will spoil the theme of Starship, but if you haven't done Starship, within 2 minutes you'll understand this theme. So a key thing of Starship is there's no physical progress in the world. The progress really is in your mind. And so when I built Starship, I was like, I want to build a world where the progress is in your head. Like if you were 5 hours into this world and you left and came back and started over, you are right back where you were after 5 hours because it's in your mind.
Very good point.
Like that is what I wanted to make. And I had some different ideas on how to do it. Eventually came up with the whatever it is. But that I really spent a lot of time of like, how do I do that? How do I do that? And so like in the next world I want to build, I have an interesting idea about time. That's all I'll say for now, just to avoid spoilers, and in case I never build it. But and so right now I'm in the stage of like, okay, I have some ideas of how this works. Can I make puzzles around it? And then Zap Zap is mechanically, like the scripts, the code, by far the hardest thing I've ever built. And the reason why is in an escape room, the pieces are separate, generally. This puzzle is fully enclosed. You press some buttons, stuff happens, and when it's done, it just says to like a door, open. And so there's very much like, oh, this thing over there says to that thing over there, and they're like very isolated. And Zap Zap, which is a laser tag game, where for the few minutes the round is going, everything is interacting. You know, people are respawning in the map. Who's in first is changing, which means the outfit colors are changing, the points are changing. Zap Zap actually has a full stats system built in that I had to turn off because it was hitting Horizon's scripting limits. But actually, in Zap Zap, it is tracking your average speed. So, are you a fast mover, a slow mover? Your average height, the average distance you shoot people from. And so, I actually built an attachment system where there would be rewards that are like, play a whole game with an average altitude above 15 meters, which would be like the from the treetops achievement. But there just wasn't enough scripting capacity to pull it all off. But so at some point in Horizon, they're going to release an update that moves that ceiling, and I'll go in and start turning a bunch of that stuff on. But just building all of that stuff to work, and then you make one change over here and something over there breaks. And so the amount of code that's all running at once is a lot. And that took a lot of work to pull off. And then Zap Zap's not just laser tag. There's different modes. All in one world, you can play hide and seek, you can play teams, you can play free for all, making all of that code work. When you play teams, if you get downed, you can high five to revive. You gotta make sure the high five feature doesn't for some reason turn on during hide and seek. And there was just a lot more to juggle. And so that was very, very challenging scripting wise. Yeah.
No, that's a great answer to the question. And kind of ties into something you told me before about when you build a world, you start off thinking, what am I planning on learning this time? What am I going to learn out of this world? Is that pretty much kind of the theme of what your answer is, starting from abduction all the way through? You had to learn something to build up to the next world.
Oh, yeah. I mean, even before abduction, I've always had stuff I was learning. The problem with Puzzles and Rescue the Inventor is that I had basically just moved my building and just started building in Horizon, and I was catching up to what are the tools capable of, what can you do. And so the thing I was learning was how far can I push Horizon versus learning about puzzles or scripting. And so even well before then, I already had this mindset of like, what am I setting out to learn? And so whenever I do a world, I basically think of what am I trying to learn, and what does the world need to do for me to consider it a success? And a lot of times those are the same thing, but like when I went into like Water Wheel, I was like, I'm going to learn how to make a dragging pegboard and a bunch of these other things. But P.S., the real thing is a really happy, fun daytime environment, so I have to delete the pegboard. I'm not actually going to learn that. And so the main motivating goal was I'm going to learn a bit more about how to make decent environments. And so I don't think a goal has to be learning based. I'm just like a very growth mindset person. I love to just push myself. But I do think you need clear goals. And like if you've been working on a world for hundreds of hours and you're like, I'm getting exhausted by this world, I just want to finish it. What does it mean to just finish it? Or if you're like, I think I lost the original motivation. What was the original motivation? And so if I were to say any project I spent a huge amount of time on and abandoned, what do all of those have in common? Bad or unclear goals. Like I just woke up and I'm like, I have a crazy idea for like a car, and then I start building it, and then I'm suddenly like, I don't know where I'm going with this. And then it goes the exact place that those ideas go. Nowhere.
Right. So does anybody
But
have
it's
a
a start.
question in world? Because I thought I saw a hand earlier, but they might have had to go. Anybody have any questions in world? And if you want to join us on the stream, head on over to Waffle
come
World.
on,
We are in a
slide on
public
over,
instance. Hang on out with us. We're here with WaffleCopters. He's sharing all kinds of gold tonight. So before we go to the question in here, kind of leaning on what you were just saying, There is another question about things that you do making these puzzle worlds. I'm sure you have a to-do list, or maybe you have your motivations on things you want to accomplish. But do you have a list of things, of maybe advice that you should say, don't do this when making a puzzle world?
Riddles.
Riddles.
No riddles.
No
Um,
riddles.
I have a few really strong no's and a few soft ones. So my strong no's are no riddles, no outside knowledge. If you want to build a trivia game, you can build a whole world about outside knowledge. There's nothing wrong with outside knowledge. Just keep it away from an escape room. And then my biggest no of all is no red herrings. I think red herrings or fake clues is about the worst thing you can do in an escape room. Like why are they there? I've never seen a person have a positive experience from a red herring. It's okay to have stuff that's not a puzzle, but to have a thing whose purpose is to deceive the person away from, that's like bullying. Like the only person who's having fun is the creator laughing at people. And so
Well,
I've only ever
perhaps they're
seen
trying to
people
reach out.
maybe,
I'm sorry.
but I've only ever seen people have negative experiences from red herrings and feel defeated and that they wasted time. And so on my own journey, I've just tried to double down on the things that bring joy and wonder and like excitement and eureka. And it hasn't been red herrings. So they're the things I generally like avoid. And then my soft no, as I mentioned in Water Wheel, of I really try not to use color or sound or English. Like even though if you've done Starship, it starts with a giant scrolling wall of text, and like if you couldn't read that, I guess it'd be a little awkward just staring, waiting for it to finish. But you can still basically do the world. And maybe I guess there's like you would need a word, or you would need light English to do that world. Like I couldn't come up with a way to do it none, but I do try to think of who the audience is. And then I think the main thing is it goes back to the goals I mentioned. You got to know what you're doing and why, or you can't do it. And so like when I was making puzzles a while ago, I started building some really hard puzzles, and I got a lot of people who played them and did not appreciate them. And I think if I went and opened a real life escape room in some building somewhere, I could do those puzzles, because you'd have people coming and paying to do moderately difficult puzzles. Here you have a bunch of people who are like, oh, what's that world? Let me try it out. You have a much more of a casual audience. Now, as a creator, I could just choose to say, hey, I want to just build hard puzzles. That's life. But I've been trying to figure out how can I find that happy medium of things that are widely accessible, but also somewhat difficult. And where's that balance? But like, that's a personal choice. Puzzles don't have to be easy or hard. It's like if someone came to me and said, I'm writing a story, should it be funny or sad? It's like, I can't answer that, but if you tell me which one you're going to do, I might have thoughts. And so, it really just comes up to what do you want to build and why? And if you want to build a world that trolls people and fools them and tricks them, you can. I guess I have like one fundamental rule about building good experiences. Just make sure that the people there consented to whatever is happening. So if someone says, I want to go to a world that's going to stress me the heck out and jump scare me and fool me and make me feel dumb or whatever it is, that's fine as long as you explain that. I think if you say to someone, here's a like fun, relaxing puzzle world, and then it's full of fake outs, I don't think that's fair. The person didn't consent to that. I think if you say this is a world, that's meant to teach the fundamentals of molecular biology, and then you fill it with jump scares, it's like, I don't believe that like the person was there for that. And that's how you build an antagonistic relationship. As a creator, you're not going to get followers. And so as long as you know what you want to build and you can communicate to the people what it is you're offering, and the people understand that, you can build whatever you want, as long as I guess it's legal. And so like I just happen to have chose to build this mid-tier, slightly hard set of puzzles that can be solved alone. Like I don't build puzzles that require multiple people just because I don't want to, but there's nothing wrong with that. Like I might wake up tomorrow and want to, but so my all of the worlds have a sign that says this world can be done alone, but it might be harder. Just trying to explain this is what to expect, and if this is what you're expecting, you'll have a good time.
So that part in Brain Breaker Bay, that no longer requires two people. You can do the crane movements and all that without giving too much away alone.
There is no puzzle in that world that has ever required multiple people. So, really interesting thing about Brain Breaker, there is a puzzle in that world that I don't think anyone has ever solved. So
What?
so I designed a puzzle. It's in the world. I'm glad to show anyone if they want to see it. There's a puzzle that you actually have to solve. What I didn't realize until I started bringing people in is if there's more than one people in the world, there's a way around the puzzle. And so once you have multiple people, a person says, "Oh, you just stay here, I'll go over there," and it just works. And so because that works, I don't know that anyone I guess if people have gone in there alone, they've solved the puzzle. But when I was building the whole world, I was alone. And so so that world does not require people. There is a puzzle that is, I think it's actually a really good puzzle, but if you have a second person in there, you can skip it. And I just
I would
laughed
love to
because
join
I
you
was like,
sometime to check
I
that
was like,
puzzle out.
should I redo it? And I'm just like, nope, I'm just gonna leave it. Like that's another thing is know when you're done. I go back and make little tweaks here and there, but if you keep tweaking forever, you'll never start something new. And it's when I look at like box puzzle facts, Puzzle Zen is for as much as I want to make changes, I don't want to go in like every week and tweak and tweak and tweak. It's like I'm either gonna overhaul it and do something big and new and serious, or I will leave it as it is. I'm not going to let it occupy my mind. Like, I'm either going to let it or I'm not. There's no in between.
That's amazing. And that question, to go back to it, was from Ukulele Man 2010. So shout out Ukulele. And you actually rolled into the next question was about red herrings. And the question from Home Ed was more about, have you ever used a red herring? And if you did, what did you do to not frustrate the heck out of the player?
I don't know how to use red herrings and not frustrate people. If anyone does, I'd love to learn.
Now, I remember there was a world that Elastic Plastic made, and it was more of a joke world. I think it was a quick escape room, and it was literally a red heron in the corner. So, shout out Elastic if you can find that world. Put it in the comments.
That's the Saw one.
There you go. Yeah, something
that's
about
fish
the
one,
escape room.
Yeah, I've never made a world with a red herring on purpose. Like I mentioned during the talk, I have had times where people are like, "Oh, this puzzle is the number of, it's the number of stones on the mountain," and I'm like, "Oh, I need to go remove that because it's not." So I've never done that on purpose. I have had worlds like if you go into abduction deduction, there's a lot of detail that kind of distracts you from the solutions, but I think every puzzle in that world, except for one, the turning white knobs with the arrows, except for that puzzle, everything is unequivocally clear. Like, here's my rule of a puzzle. The second you say, "Is that the solution?" If it is, you should immediately go, "Oh, of course." Once you point at it and say, "Is that it?" So abduction deduction does have one that's not quite there, but you got to know when to call it quits. And so I have made things harder to find, but I don't want to create negative sentiment. Maybe one day I'll make a world where I think the purpose of this world is to make you mad, but like that would have to be like a big undertaking with a purpose that for some reason I decided why I want to do that versus just I don't plan to. Versus just sprinkling it in.
Right. So we do have like 3 or 4 more questions that were on the YouTube, but are there any more questions in the audience here? And if you're still watching on the live stream, which I know you are because I can see how many people are watching, continue to put some questions or just continue to be amazed by all of the knowledge that Waffle's sharing today. Either way, provide some questions while we have them, and we would love you to join us in Horizon. I understand we have a second instance that filled up per lakes, so we do have some people who are trying to get in. But do we have any questions from anyone who's here?
This world has a low avatar cap.
I do have a question about this world while you're in your menu. So when you built this hub world to where it is now, did you ever consider making your hub world easy puzzles for people to unlock the door to that world? Or did you just want people to explore the worlds quickly and kind of move through them? What was the thought process behind the hub world before and where it is now? And if you're going to change it to maybe a puzzle?
I've never put puzzles in my hub world for released worlds. there have been times, and I was actually thinking
Oh,
about doing this
boy.
for Starship, where like when I publish Starship, I was thinking of saying Starship is launched only for the most diehard of puzzlers. You do have to do a
Nice.
puzzle to get in, and then at some point release it to kind of make exclusivity and stuff. So I'll probably do stuff like that. But you know, if the thing is like if a person wants to do an escape room, I've already spent a bunch of time designing and tweaking a bunch of puzzles, and they're like in worlds. And so if I were to
Mhm.
just like take this world and be like, I'm just going to add some puzzles here. If I'm about to sit down and start building 5 or 10 puzzles, I'm going to make that my next escape room. And so
Yep.
like yeah, also my hope is that, you know, if someone comes here and they see some numbers on a door, maybe that world just started, and so if they jump in, they can hopefully join pretty quickly. Yeah.
So then,
Yeah.
another question
Should we
from
go
the
somewhere though
chat.
that allows more people?
Do you have a place? Is like Last Candy Standing or something have a high cap?
It has a slightly higher one. I mean, we could just go to the World Tours world.
World
You have
Tours where
them.
Waffle is
I
so
don't
giving.
mind.
All right, y'all. Let's go to Horizon World Tours. Go ahead into your menu. The cap on there is 27, I believe. So let's go into World Tours. We can actually stand over in the
And make
puzzle
sure
area.
you
Where,
join World Tours on Wednesdays.
look at that. This man is amazing. Absolutely.
Nice.
But we do have a
Oh,
Waffle
nice.
World door in there over in the puzzle section. So if you're watching on the stream, continue watching. Or if you're trying to get into this world, don't worry. We're heading over to Horizon World Tours. Join on one of us or just head on over. We're going to a public instance. So Waffle,
And
we
if
will meet
anyone
you over
here
there.
doesn't know how to get there, if you open your menu and you type the middle tab that looks like a map icon, you click the search bar in the top right and type in Horizon World Tours. You can then click Visit World. See people there.
I'm going to send the stream over there before we fill up because it looks like we are filling up fast.
Are you going there? Oh, right.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, this is exciting.
You're already here.
Oh, hey. Yeah, I heard it on the stream and I came right over. I was like, yes! I was so excited. I gotta go invite the peeps who ran off to go play your worlds because they wanted to come, but they were disappointed, so they ran to an
Yeah, do
escape
that.
room.
And we're going to go over to your door. So,
Yes.
all right, you're going to go on that side? That's good. I'm good with that. Let's
I mean, I
check it
can go
out.
over here.
Let me get you in the frame. Oh, I'll move over here. I'm sure that looks crazy on the live stream, but they'll be all right. Look at that. There's still 2 people in Waffle World, and Lakes is doing all the good stuff to help people get here. But welcome to World Tours. We are here with WaffleCopters. If you're just joining us on the stream, or if you're about to jump in VR, join us in Horizon World Tours. WaffleCopters here answering questions, giving out advice, all kind of gold. Thank you, WaffleCopters, so much for your time tonight. This is seriously incredible for you to do. So thank you for giving back to the community. Terrence, do us a favor. We got a live stream going right behind you. So if you want to hop behind this person right here, and if you have a question, feel free to raise your hand. We'll bring you over for a question. So, Waffle, while I will give you the heads up, high capacity does mean high chance of just random anyone
understood.
coming in, so we don't know what could happen. So we may cut the stream if it does go a little while left. But otherwise, we're here to make sure that we're asking questions to WaffleCopters. And if you have any questions, leave them in the chat on YouTube, or feel free to join us here in World. So, any questions from anyone in the audience for now? I do have some more on from the YouTube, but anyone here have a question? Maybe Waffle, you can give us some insight into how you come up with these themes for your world. And is it you have a puzzle idea and you build a theme around it, or do you have a theme and then you start building the puzzles to the theme?
Yes.
I knew it.
I mean,
I knew it.
yeah,
I was like, as I'm
I've-
asking the question, I'm like, just stop. He's gonna just say
yeah,
that's,
no,
that's
I mean,
the-
I've had ones where like I was like I really want to build this theme. I've had when there's a puzzle idea. I've kind of come at them from every angle. And so for like the escape room, I think I'm gonna build next. Although it might be so hard that I might have to do another one before it. But
A
I mean, hard
level
for me, not hard for
pumpkin.
people. But for the one I'm gonna build next, I have like a puzzle mechanic, and the theme could be anything.
Wow.
So my hope is that as I start thinking through the mechanic and start thinking through some puzzles,
I
a
can see
good
your
theme will
fingerprint.
come out of it. But that's not always the case.
So, in the case where you've had a theme, are there themes that just did not work, but you tried your best, or do all the themes end up just kind of working themselves out based on your mechanics that you put behind them?
Yeah, I don't think I've faced or found a theme you really can't build a world around. The I think the nice thing especially is like when you think about a theme, they usually will tell you potential puzzles. And so yeah, I think any theme is can be an escape room. It's just like animated movies can be for adults, for kids, funny, serious, and it's just a format. And so I think you can mix puzzles with really any genre aesthetically or stylistically.
Very cool. Very cool. I think Legs has a question. So, for once, Blue Shirt Guy, Justice, we're going to call on Blue Shirt Guy. Come on up.
Hey, thank you. I wanted to ask a question on behalf of people watching this video in the future who might already be doing puzzles in the real world. I know we've had Habiter come in, who's he runs escape rooms. That was part of like his career before coming to Horizon, and I'm just kind of curious on their behalf. Is there anything that you've had to do from a puzzler's perspective coming into Horizon with a kind of a general audience that might be a little different than if you were building an escape room in the real world?
Yeah, there's a few things I think about virtual escape rooms that are very different than real life escape rooms. So the first thing is you can remove the countdown timer. So in a real life escape room, it's usually like you have an hour and the timer's counting down and you got to get out. And a lot of times that's because like there's another group that's paid for the next time slot and they want access to the room. There's a real problem with that though. Like I had escape rooms in real life where the time runs out and I didn't finish. And I'm not going to come back in the future and pay again just to see the 2 puzzles I didn't do. And so in VR, you can have unlimited time. And so it's like, because of the instances. And so you can basically just solve everything. So I think the first thing you can do in VR is get rid of the countdown timer. All of my worlds have a count up timer. So you still get to know how long it took you. So you can kind of compete with your friends. But if you want to take 75 hours to solve one, you can. The next thing that I think makes VR escape rooms or virtual escape rooms very different is the availability of scale and setting. I have seen a number of VR escape rooms that were literally like a 12 by 16-foot room with beds and bookshelves and books. And I mean, you can build that, but like, in VR, you can build a Jack and the Beanstalk world where you climb up the beanstalk and you go into the house and you're tiny. And you just have space and can do things big and can see things a mile away and can fly. And so there are just a bunch of things you can build that you can't. And so, I think if you don't link to those, you are not maximizing the potential of the medium. And then a thing that I think you can do in real life that you can't do in VR is that you really can't do a lot of micro stuff. So like in real life, you might have a combination lock, like a bike lock, where you're literally sitting with your hands turning little wheels. Do not make a combination lock that small in VR. Even if you have hand trekking, that's really small and tight. In a real life escape, you might get on your hands and knees and like look under a desk. Getting low in VR is very, very difficult. And so, I wouldn't build things so tight, close together. You're not going to have a screwdriver to take things apart. You lose that finesse and fidelity. Other than that, though, I think a lot of the all same things generally apply. You've just lost the constraints of budget, size of room. And then, I think the other thing is there are, in the escape room world, there are worlds that are generally referred to as keyless escape rooms. A lot of escape rooms will advertise themselves of we don't have any lock and key puzzles, because there are some escape rooms, and I don't mean this in a negative way. I love all escape rooms, but there are some escape rooms that's really like find a lock to get a key, to find a lock to get a key, to find a lock to get a key. And so like I did an escape room, I don't know what, in like 2019, where there were a bunch of suits of armor with a sword in the helmet, and you just had to put the swords in the right order. That's a combination lock, but dressed up in a way that fits in the theme. And so, you know, actually in real life, I did multiple keyless escape rooms, and then I was like, okay, I'm now going to do keyless escape rooms, because my first escape rooms in VR literally had keys that you insert into locks, and I was like, oh wait, I don't need to do that. In real life, if you want to build an escape room without locks and keys, you need like electrical engineers and Arduinos and like a thing running the room, and luckily we don't need that.
Thank you, Waffle. Appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty, perfect timing. So, question, the last one was from Homed. I apologize, I'm really bad at shouting out the person who asked the question first. But this next question from Ukulele Man. So, do you believe that a good story keeps people in your puzzle worlds, or do you think that it's the puzzles that are just getting that engagement because of that little bit of dopamine from solving that quick first puzzle, urging you on to the next one? What do you think that cohesiveness of a good story plus your puzzles, or do you think the good story is essential in order to make those puzzles special?
I mean, I think having it all helps, but if you have a world that doesn't have great puzzles, it's not going to work. I mean, you might have a puzzle world that has terrible puzzles but a great story, so people could stay for the story. I mean, any good world needs a thing that people stay for. And I think you only really need one of those to be really good. So if you have any world that has something that's really good, whether it's story or puzzles or something, can be enough to hook folks. But I think if you have a puzzle world where the puzzles are not good or unintuitive or really difficult, it's not going to work. You can definitely make a world that has just good puzzles. If your art's not very great, your storytelling's not very good, the layout's not very great, but you had excellent puzzles, I think that would be enough. Yeah, I mean, the more you can have of all of them, the better. But you usually want your core thing to be good. And it goes back to what I mentioned in Waffle World, of people come with an intent. And so if a person says, I came here because the sign said the word puzzles, well, then the puzzles better be good. Or if someone says, I came here because the profile photo of the world was so beautiful, well, then I hope you deliver. And so what a world, I think, really needs to do to succeed is deliver on the expectations it offers. And I think the only way you fail as a creator is you attract, I mean, of anything, whether it's a business in real life, a VR world, is you fail to attract the people you want and you attract the people you don't, or vice versa, and then you don't succeed. And so I think for the kind of ways I build puzzles where they're meant to be super cerebral, I can get away with some worlds that don't look great, or like, you know, people tell me they love puzzles and there's no story. The art is terrible. It's very uncohesive, but I think they're decent puzzles. Like I don't actually think they're that bad at puzzles. And so like that is sufficient. And I think that's okay.
No, that's great insight. And hilariously, I kind of want to pick on Lakes a little bit. So learning everything we did today, what do you think about our puzzle, which is literally a scavenger hunt? It isn't really a puzzle. We kind of give away one of the answers.
Wait. Is it?
And we put a key,
I think it's a puzzle.
which the lock-in key was like the first thing that he said that...
I designed
So what do
this
you
puzzle based off of all of my experiences in Waffles Worlds, which, by the way, I'm really bad at puzzles. I hate to say that that's me. so I always go through
it is a puzzle. Well, it's definitely a puzzle because the marks on the ground over there you have to decipher. So there is a what do these mean? And it's a really bad puzzle because the arrows don't line up to the location in the world. If you stand in an arrow, so the arrows like go over there and you walk over there, it's like actually 30 feet to the right. So if you tweak those to actually line up perfectly, I think it's fine.
I did.
Okay,
I did. I actually I
Oh, you
drug
did
the
that after I
arrow
mentioned
to
it to you?
every.
Yep.
When you left,
Really?
I went into edit mode. I drug every arrow to the clue, and I said every elevation, every
Oh my
direction,
gosh.
just because I wanted to impress you. Not that you would ever be
Well,
impressed by
That's
a
mean,
change
nice.
of an arrow going where
Did
it's
you
supposed to
know?
go.
Did you tell Waffle about the islands though? I hate to spoil this, but he spoiled most of his, so like I want to spoil this one. Did you know about
An
the
actual
islands?
clue.
Yeah.
I heard there was something about the islands, but I don't know.
So I doubled up because I figured, what if they don't find those clues? So I put counting trees on each island, which is also the clue.
Spoiler
So
alert.
there's a
Oh.
number. Yeah, if you count the
So
trees
I
on
will
each of the
say,
islands, that's
I found a number on an island, and then one of the people here told me that's not related to the current puzzle you're working on. So I just took their
That's
advice.
Oh, yeah. There's two puzzles. There's one
Oh,
on
I see.
that, which is just another scavenger hunt puzzle. So I guess that's not a good puzzle. But
Which was so super clearly defined by shading it one shade lighter in a yellowish direction.
Well, and
so.
and just to be clear on one thing though, is like I think these are fine puzzles. I'm glad you tweaked the layout. When I made Water Wheel Wonder, I also did the same thing for there's a one puzzle that requires layout. I made giant rectangles to line them up. But I know we're kind of throwing around the world, good puzzle, bad puzzle, and everything is super subjective. And so I want to just clearly define what I would say is a bad puzzle. A bad puzzle is one where a significant number of the people you think will solve it give up. That's all a bad puzzle is. And so if
Then it is a
you're
very
like,
bad puzzle.
here's a puzzle a bunch of people can do, and then most of them are like, screw this. When I'm saying a bad puzzle, I get messages from Puzzles and Metal of like, I can't figure this stuff out.
Yeah,
it's the
that one's
only
bad.
world I get messages on still of like, this is too hard. I'm like, I know. So that's why I say they're bad puzzles.
Yeah.
And that's the only reason.
So it's as if we stole your book of do not do in a puzzle and we used it as the blueprint because we have parkour.
the thing is the
we have
learning experience here, because like as we learned in your talk today, you want to see how users do it. We didn't do user testing. I assumed because every time I put these bees in worlds, people wrote on them that they would ride the bee up and see the clue, but nobody did that. So that's I should like the clue is at the top if you ride the bee to the top, but nobody was doing that because they were trying to solve the puzzle on the ground. So we
Yeah,
should have
that
made it
is-
visible from the ground. Yeah.
And that's why you play test. Yeah, I've had times where like I'll make a puzzle and I'll be like, this puzzle is the easiest thing I've ever built, and I cannot think about how to make it harder. So I'll just do it later. And then I come bring people in to play test it, and no one can solve it. And I was like, oh, I thought this was really easy because I assumed something like everyone would try to stand on a bee or whatever it is.
Yeah.
And I've been so surprised, like even in Starship, like my I think almost 20th escape room, like stuff I thought was easy was hard, stuff I thought was hard would be easy. People got fixated on things I never would have thought of. They didn't notice things that I thought were like blaringly obvious. I at one point during Starship made a giant flashing text because people were missing something, but then luckily figured a better way to make sure they noticed. But like people just kept walking by the text. But yeah.
So if you could redesign this
yeah.
puzzle or had a just off the top of your head puzzle idea for tours, what would you give us? Just off the top. Doesn't even have to be good. You can tell us no, I'm not doing that. But just for laughs.
I would actually probably recommend, since this is like a casual hangout space where you gather people for tours, I would do gathering based puzzles. So I'd probably have a central thing that you're supposed to like put
Vinny
items in,
invited you,
whatever that
Vinny
is,
invited me.
and then make them very clearly visible. Maybe
Like
it's
a
a
scavenger
statue
hunt.
you assemble. Yes, but then still make it be like I can very clearly see that, and then you have to discover the path, not the item. So like, oh, there's a thing floating in the cloud. Hey, do you want to help me figure out how to get to that cloud? Oh, there's a thing, way out to sea, but it's too deep. Is there a boat somewhere? And so I think then you could encourage people to ride the boats. Like for instance, if you just put a thing in the tree, would be enough to get people to ride the bees, because you would then make them say, how do I get to the top of the tree? Oh, the bees go there. And so I think if right, because in a scavenger hunt right now, you're just like roam the world looking on the ground for numbers, and looking down is one of the most uncomfortable things in VR. And so like I think if you just made something like, oh, if you gather all of these pieces, some cool music plays, or a giant thing comes out of the ground for 1 minute, or just like little things like that, then you make a group activity of let's find the things and gather them.
We need to do it.
And I think it would fit into the playfulness of the environment, of give people the goal of how do I get on top of this? Like, make a thing that's clearly up there.
There's a small
How do I get up
There's a way to
there?
get up there, actually. You use that arrow.
Right?
It's really difficult.
So I have to point it out really quickly. I have to point it out really quickly.
Yeah, go ahead.
Another don't do for puzzles. What was it? Last Candy Standing. The first thing I pointed out was that we're staring at our feet the whole game. So he took away that option, and it was kind of randomized. We literally made a puzzle where you stare at the ground. I think we went the opposite way with your
down
puzzle
or up
advice at the time.
disorients people. But if there's a way
Absolutely.
to get up there, that's awesome. Just the problem is, I'm not sure that anyone here had
Yeah, I'm the only one who
realized
knows.
that they.
Yeah.
But like, all you gotta
I've
do
been
is
all
put
over
some
that
sparkles up
island.
there.
I get people
some
DMing
sparkles up
me. I
there
get
and-
people commenting on my posts. Where is the last number? So very, very good advice. If you're making a puzzle or an escape room or something that has some kind of mechanic where you have to find things or interact with things to unlock other areas, whatever it may be, this is all gold. Watch this back. Come back to this live stream. Watch everything back. There's tons of great advice in here. We have any questions in the room? Any other questions in the room? And Waffle, do you have a few minutes for some more questions, or are you kind of just hanging
I'm
out? or...
fine. No, I'm fine.
Yeah, Waffle
Yeah,
is
and while we're
here
getting
for
questions,
y'all.
I will say I think your find the 5 numbers puzzle in this world is harder than any puzzle I've ever built.
Look at that. We have peaked.
Hard
You heard it
puzzles.
here,
That's a
folks.
bad thing. That's a bad thing.
Oh.
It's so funny
I'm also
though.
just
I
teasing
kind
you.
of designed it based off of your puzzle in Brainbreaker Bay. That's where I got my
you didn't.
inspiration from it. Yeah, I did.
No way.
I'm pretty sure it looks just like that.
The underlines was the
the underlines
symbols.
was in Brainbreaker. I could swear it
Yeah,
was.
but it was symbols. They were
Oh,
easy.
Oh,
You
yeah,
have
no,
to
that
look from
part
that.
is pretty clear.
Yeah.
It's finding the locations that's hard.
Oh yeah.
Do you want to tell
I'll talk about that
them
in more
where we got the
detail.
numbers from? Do you want to tell them where we got the numbers from?
Oh, I mean, if tours lore here. So the first code is mine and Oculus's numbers mixed, and the second
Ah.
code is KO, Pigeon, and Euphoria's numbers mixed. And so we just
Yeah.
wanted to shout out some of the creators and kind of.
That's really cool. So
Yeah,
I
so
guess
that's
the
something
lesson
no one
there
would
is
have-
if your username doesn't have numbers, you don't get to be part of cool lore.
Well, if they get the numbers wrong, it clears it. So that's WaffleCopters. There's no numbers at the end. So
Yeah.
it's shout out to WaffleCopters.
But yeah, all right. Anyone
Waffle-
here have questions or any from the stream or?
Yeah, I was gonna say, show of hands. Who here is first time meeting Waffle, hearing of Waffle, ever never visited a Waffle World? That's fantastic. That's what I love to do at tours, because when we get new people
Awesome, yeah.
and they come into the world, this is our introduction. And if you have not yet, please go check out Waffle World. It's right behind us. It's where all of his worlds are, and you can experience all those puzzles. Take friends if you want to, have a collaborative experience, or you can go at it by yourself. He's made those worlds so you can solve these puzzles on your own. Where'd Lakes go? Did you run away? I can't keep track of them. There it is. That red arrow is purposeful. So you can always come to World Tours. You can find Waffle World over here. The red arrow will not be here unless Lakes is here. Otherwise, he will sit it there. But Waffle, to wrap this back into our theme, we did a lot of walking through of your worlds. We didn't get to see all of the worlds. Was there anything in a world that we didn't visit that you wanted to share from a perspective of kind of the walkthrough and explaining the mechanics, or anything you want to share about the worlds we didn't see?
Let's see. Yeah, I mean, a thing we didn't talk about too much today is when people really, really, really get stuck, like, what do you do for them? In Brainbreaker, I tried building a hint system just as my own experiment to learn. But an interesting thing, if anyone goes and plays Starship Survival, so at the very beginning of that world, you find there's some pieces that you can connect together. And if you don't find you can connect those together, you really can't do any of the escape room at all. And so I do think that if you go look in that world, you'll notice that there are actually hints that show you the pieces assembling together, but you'll probably miss them as just like artwork. And so I think this is like a pretty cool thing of like, there are hints there that you'll ignore, but if you really get stuck and start analyzing the world hard, you'll say, oh, this is telling me exactly what to do. And so I think that's just an interesting to go look at, is making sure that as much as possible, and this is the thing I'm still figuring out, is like, how do you give really stuck people a big leg up, because you're not there to give them hints. So that's on my mind. Yeah, I have to think about what else. I made sure I covered a lot of my points.
Yeah, and like I said, in the early times of Horizon, there was me in the plaza taking people and giving them a little nudge. But it's kind of one of those things when you build worlds, you really don't know the best way to help people when you're not in world, and kind of automating things without giving away the entire answer is tough. So I definitely can at least relate there. Not on the same level, of course, because I'm not giving out clues. I'm just more or less trying to help people find their resources. But Burn Buns has a question in the chat. Really good question about the ideas that you come up with. Are these ideas that you just like come up with in your head? Do you jot some ideas down? Do you find this inspiration in build mode? Where do these ideas come from generally, and where do you find your best ideas?
Yeah, I mean, I think you said most of them. Yeah, I just get like random ideas. I write them all down. But like when I was originally building Starship, for instance, I had this. My very early ideas was you would fly the spaceship to planets, and there was a part where I was like, I don't know if I can build a spaceship. I'm not sure if I'm able to pull that off. So I was like, well, what can I do? These spaceship goes to planets differently. I was like, a boat could go to islands, a submarine could go to islands, a car could go to cities, a bicycle could go to cities, an airplane could go to places. And I just kind of like started like, and so then I just put all those in my notebook. And so that just added to the list of like potential concepts. And I do try to write things down. I don't ever look at the things I write down, but writing them down helps me retain them. So as long as I'll just like literally like the words in the back of the mail I got that morning, just the act of writing it helps. Um, but yeah, I think the biggest thing is I think part of Burns's question is, where does motivation come from? I will plug one book here for a second. There's I didn't write it. There's a book called Originals by an author, Adam Grant, and it debunks a bunch of myths about creativity. I'd highly encourage people to read it. You know, because I think a lot of us think like creativity is something people have and others don't, and for some reason children have it but adults don't, and like the Originals is by an organizational psychologist who actually walks through like, here's the research on creativity. So I would highly recommend you read it. But there's one part of it I really like, which it talks about like Picasso, you know, one of the most famous painters of all time, has maybe like 100, 200 like really famous paintings, and then painted more than 20,000 paintings in his life. And that like we don't appreciate the investment. And so like, you know, one of my favorite quotes is, you know, I have tried more than most people have failed. I don't mean me literally. I just mean like that mindset of failing at something more than most people have tried. No, sorry. I have failed more times than most people have tried. And that like taking that mindset to something. And so at least when I come with my ideas for worlds, like you are seeing the ones that made the cut. There are hundreds and hundreds of like terrible ideas. Like I'm going to build an escape room where you're in a shopping mall, putting stuff in the cart, and then just that like peters out. Or I'm going to build an escape room where like you resurrect a dinosaur, and then just like it doesn't quite work out. And it doesn't mean they're bad ideas. It just means I didn't find the right mixture of them at that time that made them work. So I write them down, I jot them down. I really try to pay attention to which ones are sitting with me, which ones pop into my head when I'm brushing my teeth.
Fridays at
and
night.
really just let it stay. And what's the word? Marinate of, you know, which ideas come through. And yeah, sometimes I get them in build mode, sometimes I get them just driving randomly. But I rarely ever just am like, you know, I didn't just wake up and be like, oh, I'm going to build Starship and it looks like this and it has these puzzles. I'm like, I don't know, it's like a space theme and it's knowledge based. And then a week later, I've made no progress other than finding 100 versions of that idea I don't like. One what is it? Thomas Edison said, "I never failed. I just found 1,000 ways not to make a light bulb turn on." And so like when I was designing, Starship, it's just like, okay, I got a spaceship, and it's a week, and I found a million things I don't like. It's another week, and I figured out like there's gonna be this time thing, but I still don't know. And you just keep throwing stuff away and throwing stuff away, and so if people would say to me, where do the ideas come from? I would say it's the same place everybody else gets ideas. I'm just taking them to the 10th hour, the 50th hour, the 100th hour version of that idea.
Wow.
And that's where the good ideas are. If any of you figure out how to just wake up and have really good ideas, please tell me, because I'd love to take shortcuts.
And I had a lot of questions just run through my mind as you were saying all of that, because there's so many things that you don't really, everyone has a different perspective on how they build or how their creativity works. And so just hearing other people's creativity really does inspire, discovering your own if you're struggling with something or you hit a block. But the starship itself, before you go into the starship, to me, it looks as if it's small. And when you go into it, you forget you're in a starship. It feels like you're walking around another escape room or another puzzle world. How did you pull off that scale, or did it just fit and you kind of just moved on? Was it an effort to make it actually, feel like
No,
an escape roomish type puzzle,
it was
or
an act.
did it just kind of fit?
A huge part of it was intentional, but there's a part you just mentioned that was a big accident. So when I built Starship, I had no idea you're ever outside the starship. It just didn't occur to me. So I built the world. You appear in the starship. You're going through those rooms, and so that's where all of my time and energy went. I think it's why inside there's a lot of good flow and the layout feels good. Like I was literally with a notebook of like, okay, which room should be next to the kitchen? Okay, the greenhouse and the trash should be nearby, and really trying to think about the layout. And I was probably 90% done with the world, where I was like, I had an ending, and I knew there was going to be an intro where it tells you a story. And in the original version of the world, you'd be standing in the observation room, and there'd be like a little hologram playing that you're all circled around telling the story, was my idea. And so I was like, okay, so you're gonna stand around this little tiny ship. And then I was like, I don't have the capacity to build this. And then I was like, I know where I can get a little tiny ship. You could just stand outside the actual ship. But at that point in time, there was no ship. So then I had to start kind of decorating the outside of the ship, which is actually unfortunate because the ship is really flat and really wide. And so trying to figure out how to make that like feel good was really difficult. But then the world was basically full. I had no capacity left. And so I just then used very large shapes with very little detail. If I had probably built the ship first, I would have added all sorts of like rivets and windows and made it really, really detailed. Because I built it really late, it has very, very little detail on the outside, which is what I think makes it feel like a model, which then really feels into the opening of, I really wanted when it starts off for you to feel like I'm watching this story. And as much as I love the opening of, Star Wars, with the giant ship going by, I didn't want that effect.
Yeah.
I just wanted there is a ship. And so luckily, because I was late and it had small geometry, it just kind of worked. But that was an accident. There were so many times I was like, I don't know how to make this ship look anything but terrible. I'm just going to give up. And like I said earlier, I just kept working and working and working until I figured what I had was okay enough. And then move on.
And that's kind of interesting to share with the viewers, because when I saw the ship, I thought you put the detail into it. It actually looked like you put thought and effort and time into it first, and you managed to pull that off with very little geometry. So it doesn't necessarily have to be the most detailed, as long as you make it to where it's visually appealing and it does the job and it still pulls off what the thing is. I mean, would you agree with that?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I think one of the other things that helps with the ship is the second it appears, you can see inside of the windows, and
Yeah.
and you can actually see some details in the windows. And I think that helps give it the right sense of scale. Whereas if you couldn't see inside, I think the windows were just blocked out. It might then
Right.
just feel like a toy or something.
That's great. That's great. Any other questions out in the crowd? Because I know I can keep asking questions because I've everything you're telling me I'm building off of, and I got more and more and more. So if anybody else has any questions,
Yeah, I got
anybody
a
else
little bit
watching the
more
live
fuel in the
stream,
tank.
yeah, you still got a little bit going. So if you got any questions on YouTube on the stream, otherwise join us in World. So of course, because I built that all up, the question that I had just literally escaped me, but it has to do with the Starship
Escaped you. Sorry.
Survival. Yeah, I know I had to throw that in there.
That was a
So,
good
with
pun.
Starship Survival or any other world that you've built, have you ever taken a group in there and they just did not get anything and you kind of second guessed whether or not you should move forward or if you should just redesign the whole thing? Because I've been fortunate enough to take a few worlds where you've allowed me to play test and I try to give as much feedback as possible. But have you ever had groups that just did not get it and you just kind of wanted to start over or just completely scrap some ideas?
Um, I think there's two different pieces there. So I've definitely had times where I bring in groups and it's just not working. Um, I've never had it where I just had to like abandon it because I'm there. I can give hints and stuff. So like I'll just be like, "Wow, these puzzles are hard and terrible." I'll give a bunch of hints, but then I'll still have the mindset of, "Well, if I tell them this, this, and this, then is it easy?" So I'm still in the mindset of like, "Is this repairable? Is this salvageable?" I have had times where I've brought people in where they just weren't having a good time and weren't enjoying it, but I haven't done that in a long time because it goes back to what I was saying in Waffle World of like doing an experience is something people have to want to do. It's like I growing up I used to do a lot of magic and card tricks. You cannot show a card trick to a person who doesn't want to see one. They get like they get really upset because you're basically showing them to be a fool, you know, or that's how they
Mm,
perceive it. And so if a person like doesn't want to see a magic trick, you can't even try it. It's a bad experience. And so in the early days of when I first started making worlds, I was 0% thoughtful on like who I brought in. And so like if you go to a something just very different from an escape room and say, "Hey, do a bunch of you want to come try an escape room?" In the early days, I would do that, and I did have some groups where it's just like they were not interested in puzzles. Period. Since then, I've long learned that when I do tests, I at least ask people, "Have you done an escape room before? Do you like puzzles?" Just to make sure you're aware, this could take 30 minutes or an hour. It's going to be like very intellectual and cerebral. And then if people are like, "Oh yeah, no, that sounds fun," then I bring them. And if people are like, "No, that sounds terrible," I'm like, "Cool, I'm going to go find other folks." Now, when I publish the world, people might end up in it and have that experience. But if those people leave, like, cool, like I'm not going to build stuff that works for everyone. And so I just try to be mindful of who do I want to bring in. And then when I bring them in, the puzzles should be doable enough. And if the puzzles are too hard and not working, I give hints to think about like, is this salvageable? And then yeah, I have had puzzles like even in Starship, like my most recent world, you had to get outside of the ship from one of the puzzles. And just no group I brought in was like, we need to get out of the ship. And like I mentioned, I think in Water Wheel is when people don't have a goal, they don't chase it. And so
mm-hmm.
people were getting stuck because they weren't actively thinking, how do I get outside of the ship? So I tweaked it, I tweaked it, I tweaked it, and after 5 or 6 playthroughs where still people were not thinking I need to get outside of the ship, I just deleted the puzzle. And I was like, this isn't important to me. It's not worth the time. I can get rid of a bunch of code I had to write to deal with that anyway. But yeah, I just scrapped it. And there's a philosophy. I mentioned, earlier in this talk, guy Mike I used to work with who encouraged me about building my first escape room. He has a career in video games, and he always basically says the way you build great content is you find the fun, you don't make it. And the second you have something you can let people play, it will tell you what to do. And he was really the one who taught me of like building a good game is learning to listen to the game and to listen to the people who play it. And so like when I made stuff like, yeah, the universe was telling me this puzzle is not fixable with any reasonable amount of time. This is too long. And so then, like, I listen and I really let the worlds try to find themselves. And yeah, I expect, even if I keep doing this for 30 more years, that in 30 years from now, I will still build a puzzle that I think is brilliant. And then every group hates and struggles, and I delete because, like, everyone's different. It's hard to intuit. And, you know, I guess one thing I never mentioned during this stream, but that is going to be obvious once I say it, but people don't think about, is I've never done a WaffleCopters escape room, ever. I can't. Like, I don't know what it's like to play them. And, you know, when I'm like, oh, I'm going to hide the puzzle in a tree, I can't then forget that and try to do the puzzle. And so I'm always having to guess, what is it like to do my puzzles? What is it like to do them having done the previous ones? Am I getting too predictable, too randomizing? And every time I feel like I get slightly better at predicting one aspect of it, I find 10 more ways of it that I'm not actually decent at predicting. And so I have had worlds, Stone Cove Escape, that when I built, I did like 3-4 play tests. I was like, this is done. And then I have worlds like Starship where it was almost 2 weeks of testing, multiple, 2-3 times a day. That's where you add up to 20-30 hours of testing before I finally was like, it's close enough. And I still actually have a notebook where it currently has 5 things written in it about Starship. And I'm not going to touch them. But if that list gets to like 10 or 15, I'll pick a Saturday afternoon and make a bunch of little tweaks.
No,
right now,
so this
just gotta
isn't like a
let it sleep.
sequel. This is like improvements type thing.
Just tiny tweaks. I just have like 5, but they're not that important. They're not important enough to me to do it. Although there actually is one I have to go fix. I found a small hole in the floor, but that's a little bit different of a problem.
Oh, so Lakes, hold on to this question for me because I have this and I don't want to lose it about insights and build time. So I'll come back to that. As far as capacity, you were talking about you ran out, you were trying to build the spaceship, and you worked with what you had. Did you check out the Vidu video on capacity and you know, the soft cubes being the most expensive object in the toolbox, and the, you know, the obvious the square and the triangle and the pyramid and the sphere were the least cost in your geometric complexity? Did you take a look at those high cost objects for your geometric complexity and think differently now moving forward about how many of those you use, or does it never ever occur to you that you're ever going to hit geometric complexity? Like, how does that work before and after that video?
I did not watch the video. However, everyone should go join the Vidu channel. Please like and subscribe. There's lots of great tutorials on there. I'm not being paid to
cut you
say
off.
this,
It's
but
actually on this
really
channel. It's on the Meta Horizon Worlds channel.
that
you can
one's
find it under
okay. Subscribe
Creator
to both.
Courses.
Yeah,
Meta Horizon World channel.
and
Subscribe right now.
Yeah, subscribe to Meta Horizon. and Lakes and all that. Subscribe to all the channels. I did not watch the video. However, everyone should. The reason I didn't watch the video is since I used to work on Horizon, I knew that stuff. So I operated as if I knew that information. So do go watch the video. But
yes,
I don't really use that information. When I build, I'm not thinking about should I use round cubes now or square cubes and counting them. In my very, very earliest escape rooms, multiple years ago, I would definitely think about, like, what are the limits of the software? How many of this can I do? And in a notebook, I would write them down. I've since learned not to do that, in that you end up over constraining. And like the main thing I've realized is I'm a fool to believe I know what the final world looks like, especially for puzzles where I need to play test them so much. And I need a bunch of room for flexibility. And so the way I build is I try to balance depth in breadth. And so what I mean by that is, like when I was building Starship, if you've been in Starship, there's the greenhouse. The greenhouse originally had a lot more sprinklers, a watering can, some tubes on the ceiling, a lot more plants, a lot more tools on the desk. So when I went into Starship, I made a greenhouse that was like at a twice, maybe 3 times the level of detail now. Everything else in the ship was just blocky. So gray boxing is a general term, wire framing. Everything else was just very blocky and simple. And so as I was building the ship, everything looks really simple and plain. And then there's one room, which often in the game industry is called the beautiful corner, or a vertical slice is a term you'll hear. So I made one part that was close to the final detail I wanted. And so when I started building the ship was originally 2 stories and twice the length it is now. And I started being like, I don't even know what this many rooms would be. So like, and the thing is when like the garden was actually, the greenhouse was originally a room with a giant tree. It was just a giant green sphere. I'm like, that'll be a tree one day. And like I mentioned in Box Puzzle Factory, I had to rearrange the whole world. If a tree is just a giant green sphere, you can rearrange the whole world. So as I was building Starship, it's super low res, super low fidelity detail, and then the greenhouse. And then what I would do every once in a while is I would just look at the ship and be like, okay, on the current path I am, I think the ship's going to be maybe 15-ish rooms. So then I would just select the whole greenhouse and clone it 15 times and look at the capacity meter. And I'm like, that alone has me way over the top. I cannot build this spaceship at the level of detail of the greenhouse. I have 3 options. I shrink the spaceship, I lower the detail of the greenhouse, or for some reason the greenhouse is more detailed. Like, those are the 3 options. So then what I would do is I would just like delete just a few elements from the greenhouse. Okay, and then I repeat the process. I keep working on the script, the ship, more details coming in, more shapes are coming in. And so I generally started like getting a sense of the general layout and stuff. And so there's a cabinet a few places in the ship. So I had that cabinet of, here's a cabinet with doors and handles. So then I just cloned that cabinet and put 4 of them in every single room, and a few of the plants in every single room. I didn't actually move them. I just did clone. And I was like, okay, at this level of detail, I have this problem. Do I want to shrink the ship? And so I just kept doing that as the ship got bigger, the ship got smaller. The greenhouse got more detailed, the greenhouse got less detailed. But the greenhouse is tiny. And so then I finally reached a point where the ship was clear enough, the greenhouse was clear enough, where I was basically like, I can build the whole ship at this level of detail and still have a little bit left over just in case. And then when I said, I want to use that little bit left over to make the outside of the spaceship and a planet that you land on, that's when I was like, I didn't quite plan ahead for that. I could go trim a lot of detail and all of that, but instead I just said the spaceship's going to be simple. The planet in the finale is going to be simple. It'll be okay, whatever. But that the inside of the spaceship, which in my head was the space I was dealing with, the way I build capacity is then never really a problem because I'm in an active conversation while I'm building with it. And it's almost like you're on a road trip. It's like constantly checking Google Maps and the fuel tank, and it's I don't mean this in a negative way, but I will see people be like, I was like building the world, and then I suddenly hit 100% capacity. Is like being 50 miles between rest stops and having your tank go empty, and it's like the fuel tank is a thing that you have a very intimate relationship with when you're in the driver's seat, and like that's the capacity meter. And so yeah, so I think that's a very helpful video. I like, and when so like the knowledge, for instance, like when I made the plants, I was like, yeah, I'm not going to use a bazillion rounded cubes in the plants. In Starship, there's very few tori or toruses for the same reason. So some of that knowledge is used, but it just comes down to there's one trick to thinking about capacity in Horizon. I'll give you my rule of thumb. You can either have a big world or a high fidelity world. Pick one. Like that's the choice. The bigger the world, like you can make a world the size of Manhattan as long as the buildings are rectangles. And if you want a building with fire escapes and windows and all of that, you can probably build the inside of a soundstage, and I hope you have green screens. And so and so that's really what you want to figure out. And so because of those are the 2 extremes that you're challenged against, I build a world with both of those in mind. Of here, I'm trying to figure out the level of detail, which I know is going to put pressure on the be small. Here, I'm figuring out the layout and the scale, which is going to be put pressure on big but low detail. And because I'm pushing on both of those at the same time, it helps me then figure out where is the balance. I don't really have a car analogy for that because there's only one type of fuel. But
Yeah, and an interesting fact about tours,
managing the
Lakes
number
and
of
I,
snacks. There you go.
Oh,
Anyway,
there you go. The snacks. No, go ahead and continue with the snacks.
No, that was it. Go ahead.
Okay. So, fun fact about tours: Lakes and I probably spent maybe a eighth of the time in here building, debating what to delete and what he refused to let me delete because of capacity. We were trying to find every single item that was potentially burning up our capacity. And before we went through and found out soft cubes and all the other objects that were eating up our capacity for Geo, we were looking at cylinders. We were deleting cylinders, and I was determined that the legs on his cabana over there were the reason why I couldn't have one more person.
Oh, he
And
was
I
like, "You
wrong.
are not allowed to have legs on the cabana. Get rid of them." And I was like, "No, it's required."
Look at
It
those
makes it feel
big,
comfortable
beautiful,
and
blocky
inviting.
legs on that, though. Those big, beautiful blocks. I love the squares.
But what we'd end up learning through doing that, creating that capacity video, was that those objects and those cubes are basically the same cost, and that the real cost actually was that island over there, which we thought was low cost. So knowing the stats is pretty helpful. And if you guys haven't seen the stats, check out that video. There's also some posts in the Facebook group and on the video
For
page
sure.
with like the actual, our personal write-up of what we discovered. As of the time of writing, it might change by the time you're watching this, but definitely encourage you to check it out. But,
Yeah, and
it's
to
funny,
save
Oculus.
capacity, I didn't completely trash the island either. You can kind of see some subtle changes, but I was able to squeak out another extra 2 people, believe it or not. So the question that I wanted Lakes to save for me was, as far as now that we have insights so you can actually track your build time, what was the longest build of your career in Horizon? And do you know what that is based on insights? Have you even looked?
I have looked and I don't know. There's too many times where I do play testing or I bring people into test and then we just for 5 hours just end up chatting about nonsense. And so because I spend so much time hanging out in the edit modes, or there's a lot of people come into test and they're like, oh, while I'm here, I have a scripting question. Like, let's go into build mode. And suddenly I'm teaching a random trig lesson in my escape room. And so because of that, I don't have real insights. But by far the most number of build hours is Zap Zap, and it's in the hundreds.
Yeah, I had to imagine that Zap Zap, whether it was the original or future, because I know a lot of time we spent in there play testing. It was definitely, like I said, it was a privilege to be able to play test your worlds. I don't know how your selection process comes to be, but that kind of rolls into my next question. Whoever's online, all right,
You heard it here first.
that's it. If you're online,
just to be clear, I accept every friend request I get, so if you send one, I accept it. And then the transaction for that is whenever I'm ready for a test, I will just go to whatever friends I have online and start sending them all invites. And then whoever shows up first gets to do the test. And if they don't like that, I guess they can unfriend me back. I wish Horizon had an easier megaphone, please come test this. But so I really just do generally choose who's online. If I don't have friends online, I'll go to the plaza or some other occupied place, just kind of like a salesperson, and be like, "Who wants to come to an escape room? Come on over to my place." But I mean, the other thing, just to go back to what I was mentioning earlier about creativity and ideas, when I say, I spent hundreds and hundreds of hours on Zap Zap, I made a joke earlier of people think, the baby comes out as an adult. But even if so, people assume you take a straight line. Like they assume I just woke up and just like brick by brick by brick build Zap Zap. Heck no. Like if you've played Zap Zap Future, there's a team mode, which is, basically first team to be fully downed loses. So I actually built a area defensive style game where on each side of the map, you had your home base, and in the center of the map were a bunch of movable objects, where basically if you got close to them and you shot the targets on the side, they would move a few inches. And so the whole game was trying to get the stuff to the other sides. Built the whole thing, and it wasn't very fun. It was very clunky. But like that alone was a huge amount of time that got like deleted. And so, a world like Zap Zap happens because I built a bunch of the bad versions of Zap Zap and then deleted them. And so I think a lot of times, people will think, if I go try to build a laser tag world, it's not going to be very good. Yes, that is correct. That's step 1 is build bad laser tag world. Step 2 is find out why it's bad. Step 3 is start fixing those things. And so Zap Zap in particular, I had never built laser tag. I'd never built a high intensity real time game. And so, I just learned in Zap Zap, if you're in first, you turn bright purple so people can help go after you. When I first built Zap Zap, it was just, it didn't have that. But that meant if that one person was really good, they could get ahead. You can't catch up. And so I was learning those things in real time and adding them. And so mixed into Zap Zap is the time spent building it, the time spent building all of the wrong versions of it, and then all of the time I built silly things because I hadn't learned basic lessons yet that if I went to game design school, I probably would have already known, but had to learn a bunch of those. Still have to learn a million of those. You can never learn it all.
And I know you kind of went past this, but I want to roll it back. So, talking about new features, I want to shout out the user voice forum. So if you have bugs or if you have new features to request, horizonworlds.uservoice.com. Please make sure that you use it. If you see something that's already in there, vote for it. It definitely helps to get it seen if it's a new idea. It means a lot of people are interested. And if you're trying to get a bug fixed, it's more about just gauging the scope of how many people are affected. So it does help. So go in there. It's horizonworlds.uservoice.com. I love to plug things in that are helpful. I mean, that's kind of the whole premise behind tours is finding resources, but also providing resources to people. What are your resources that you use to find things when you're stuck or you don't know something or you just need some inspiration? What resources do you use in building your worlds or just testing everything in general that you've done in Horizon?
Search engines mostly.
Search engines. He's not going to shout out the G word, I guess.
Google, yeah. No, I use a lot of Google. When I was, for instance, building Starship, I just went and Googled a bunch of, so for those who haven't done it, Starship, its core mechanic is that time resets and the world starts over. It's not really a spoiler. So I went and Googled a bunch of games that do that and read about them and understood them. That's basically field research. When I was doing Starship, I Googled spaceships, spaceship interiors, pictures of Tron, just all different words I could think of just to see things and look at them. Like when I was building Water Wheel Wonder, I went and Googled Water Wheel and looked at what do they look like? What kind of one do I want to build? And so I really references, and if you look at the video game industry or even movies or entertainment, they often make mood boards. Here's a bunch of just colors and textures and feels, and they'll just come with lots of different ways to download information. So I just use standing on the shoulders of everyone else who's made entertainment products for inspiration, and I just Google them and look around. Sometimes when I want inspiration, I will go to adjacent fields. So I'll give kind of one of my real quick soapboxes on creativity. I think one of the core aspects of creativity is nonlinear thinking, right? Because linear thinking is boring, right? And if you think about it, this is why I think kids are so creative is
a weird bug that we've been experiencing where someone will accidentally press the door and it'll take someone else. We had that happen to us earlier. Oh, welcome back, DJ Carlos. You're here.
Boom.
That was
Told
fast.
you.
So yeah,
Tell me when to go.
you guys in the stream, we got the link in the comments. And
Okay, have a good night.
yeah.
Oh, all right.
So, yeah. So back to what I was saying. So I think a core thing about creativity is nonlinear thinking.
Hey, Meta.
So I was saying like a little kid might be like,
Grandpa,
imagine a
I
dinosaur
want to
made
talk
of
to you a
pasta
little bit
noodles.
about something I've
And-
got going that I want to
And that
invite
basic,
you to.
that non-linear, you know,
Thank you.
bizarre combination, I think, is creative and inspiring. So another thing that I like to do in order to kind of kick off my creative juices is to do things that like get me outside of my thought process. So like when I was working on Starship and I wanted it to have a story, I just went and watched a bunch of YouTube videos, and I mean a bunch, just like a couple here and there on like how to like story writing. Like I'm not really trying to write the world's best story, but just like hearing authors talk about their advice on story writing just helps me think about things I wouldn't normally think of. And so I love to find videos of people talking about like I just recently watched a video by Jonathan Blow on The Witness, which I will say The Witness is probably I think one of the best puzzle games ever made if you want to go see a masterclass in puzzle design. But just like watching him talk about how he thinks about game design, just like that gives me different stuff. And so people in other forms of creativity, listening to puzzle makers, I love to hear about people in Horizon. And so like, just anytime I go to an event and I hear a person talking about their world, and I'm sure a lot of folks get this, but like I can hear a creator talking about a world they made that is completely unrelated to anything I'm interested in. I would never want to visit, would never want to go to, and yet I'm inspired to go make. And so if I just hear someone talking about like, oh, I made this world on what's a thing I'm not really interested in, all of the expert strategies on how to play bridge in the card game. Not knocking on it, just I don't know how to play it. It's like if someone made that world, like it's outside of my interest. But even just hearing a person talk about their passion and interest in making that, I find gets me really excited. And so usually if I ever need creative energy, I just go find someone who's working on something and be like, what are you working on? Why are you working on it? What's motivating you? Until like that resets the spark. Or like if it also sometimes I have like there's certain folks you might go to for certain things, and so like for those of you that know Ubi, for instance, Ubi is really good at like I think very nuanced design and being really thoughtful in things. And so like when I was working on Starship, I had some conversation with Ubi really early on of like just I didn't even say anything. I was just like, look at this world. And then I'm like, now just say words in response. Victor Riddell was similar. I brought him into Starship, and I haven't even told him this yet, but I'll just say it here. So I brought him into Starship when I was just starting to work on some of the early art pieces. And, he's just walking around looking at the ship, and he's like, wow, so we got like a really dark, grungy, depressive spaceship feel. Cool. And I did not want it to be a depressive spaceship. No, like he was like, oh, I see the feel you're going for, but I didn't want that. And I was like, oh, crap. And so literally just because of that comment, I then spent a bunch of time on like, how do I make this not feel like dark? And so, yeah, so like, just finding folks and talking to them. But yeah, I will say, at least to me, there's two things I find really, really inspiring personally. One is just inspired people. I think we all do. But two, people who are on a journey to really, really understand their stuff. And like not to promote the two of you too much, but I think like one thing I'll at least say about, Oculus and Lakes is like, for whatever it is they're doing, they're clearly trying to like do it well and get good at it. And, it's a roller coaster journey where you mess up a bunch of stuff along the way. Yeah, but like, no, I mean, it's not important what it is specifically, but like really putting in the work to be like, how do you run a YouTube channel? I don't know. Let's figure it out. How do you run World Tools? Let's figure out. I don't know. If you haven't been to any of the Women in Horizon meetups, you got to go to those. They're full of people just really trying to do so many amazing things amazingly. And there's a big difference between doing something of, oh, I decided I'm going to do this, and I really want to do this thing well. And so
1,000,000% agree.
anytime I'm in a creative rut, or I want motivation, or I want my mind expanded, or I just want to have a good time, those are generally the avenues I go seek out, is people who are inspired by something and pushing themselves to do it really, really well. And I find that like gets me up and going. And then if I have a technical question, like how do you make laser guns feel really good? Then I like Google literally, how do you make laser guns feel good? And then struggle to find an answer that answers it exactly. And then, we all know how Googling stuff goes.
So I have
I
to
saw
ask you,
Victor this morning. He wishes he could be here. It's 6:15 a.m. He might be waking up and starting to watch the stream, but he says hi, and he can't wait to rewatch this. So, hey, Victor, in the future.
Hello, Victor.
And that's a really great story, so thank you for sharing.
all right. So I had to laugh because when you said whatever you're doing, it was the inflection behind it, and I was thinking to myself, like, how does he not know what we're doing? He brought us here. This is the place. It led me into my next question, so I appreciate it. Have you ever taken a group on a play test and they gave you bad advice, or you just kind of thought, how did you come up with that? Like, how do you handle that? And have you had something that just was really bad advice, or something that was going to send you in the wrong direction and you had to come back?
Yeah. I get bad advice all the time. I think 99% of all advice is bad advice ever given in the whole world. And the reason why is because they don't ask you for your constraints. Right? So imagine you're in high school and you go to someone and you say, should I go get a job? Should I get a trade school, or like do a PhD? Or go, and then someone will just be like, this is the right answer and why.
Right.
And all of those are right answers depending on the context, depending on the constraints. And so like I've heard people be like, do you think I should make my world like bright colors or dark and grungy? And a person should be like, you should not make a world dark and grungy because it will turn people off and da 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 da. It's like, no, like sometimes dark and grungy works, like hashtag Batman movies. And so whenever I get advice or a thing that is masquerading as advice or could be feedback or anything, the thing I always do is make sure the constraints are aligned. And so if someone comes to me and says, oh, I did a playtest, like, here's some playtest on the world, I'm going to hear it in two ways. One, this is a consumer of my world. Whatever they're saying, a million people could say. So like if they're like, I did not have fun, a lot of people might say that. That's important. But then if they give me feedback that's not as a consumer, so if someone's like, you should change this puzzle in this way. Okay, now they're putting on their puzzle creator hat. At that point in time, before I'm really going to digest the feedback, what I need to understand is, do they have the same motive for building puzzles than I do? And if they don't, am I willing right now to be more open-minded to other types of building puzzles? Or is that something I'm really steadfast on? Because if those constraints aren't aligned, the feedback isn't useful. And so like I've definitely had times where I'll do a play test and people will be like, oh, this world is great, but like you should change it to be a Western. And I'm like, this is not helpful. Like, yes, another person might make this world as a Western and it'd be great. And that there's nothing wrong with that statement. But like if a person said to me, the types of puzzles you have here would come off 10 times better in a different theme. For instance, I think a Western theme would actually make these specific puzzles like stand out more. That I'm like, tell me more. I'm ready to hear. I'm excited because it sounds like their constraints probably match mine. Of their thinking about the puzzles and how they amplify, and so I do listen to all feedback, because like even if a person says feedback in a way that isn't quite nuanced, anytime a person says something to you, you have a chance to hear something. So whenever I get feedback or advice, I then filter it through that, what matches my constraints? And then I just try to be a little bit meta for a second and say, if I budge any of my constraints, would I still take some of this so that I'm not being stubborn and closed-minded? But yeah, so then I basically especially in world building, ignore a lot of advice because people are giving the advice of, if I were building this world, this is what I would do. And it's like, okay, great, go build that world. But if someone says, this puzzle wasn't obvious to me because this, I'm listening. This was too hard, I'm listening. This was way too long, I'm listening. I don't understand the theme, because like all of that is relevant to what I'm trying to accomplish. And so then the other thing that I think I've gotten much better at over time is trying to be more explicit with people of what I want. And so like in the first play test of that I did with Horizon, I brought in a person alone actually, and I was like, okay, I'm going to watch you. I need you to talk out loud and say everything you're doing, and I want you to be super judgy. This sucks. I like this, because I really wanted to hear just one person's internal monologue to see if it was even anything matched mine, because the world was so different than I built before. But then with like each playtest I brought in, what I told them shrank and shrank and shrank until like I think by time I got to like I think even by time it was at your test world, maybe not, it was maybe 2 or 3 later, I was like, I'm just gonna be quiet, go. Because at that point I think it's close enough to shipping. So yeah, I try to tell people what it is I'm looking for. I try to filter their advice through the lens that I need. Almost all advice is relevant in the right context. Just make sure they match. And by the way, if someone does say like, this should be a Western, I try to give them the benefit of a doubt and meet them in the middle and say, just for my own understanding, like, are you saying you feel there's something wrong with the theme? Are you just brainstorming cool ideas? Was that just a passing thought? Like, how seriously do you think I should take that? Because you'd be surprised how many times people are like, you should make this a Western. And you're like, are you suggesting I like pause what I'm doing and do nothing but change this world to be a Western? And then a person's like, oh, no, absolutely not. It was just like a random passing thought. And just like, help asking a person, like, how married to that are you? You'd be surprised.
A Western
like
in space.
See,
I've seen a bunch of movies like that. But and so I guess I'll say one more thing on my soapbox about feedback and move on to another question. Whenever feedback or advice or anything of that ilk appears, the two parties then have to do a dance to find the gems. And so like, I think this is just good advice in life is someone comes and gives you feedback. They're probably delivering it really poorly. You are going to probably take it really poorly, whatever that means. And so the two of you work together to make the feedback really good and make the response really good. And only on the other side of that does stuff change. I think that applies to relationships and all sorts of other things. But so, yeah, if someone comes to me and says this world needs more ponies, I'm like, that is not useful feedback, but I'm going to help you make that feedback better while you try to help me make this world better. And we will net out wherever the correct equilibrium is for this conversation.
So just
Shout
enough
out to
ponies.
Pat Dooley, who commented 3 unicorns in response to your needs more unicorns.
Yep.
Oh wait, you said no more unicorns. Wait, what?
No,
No horsing around.
No horsing around. So one of the things you said about Brainbreaker Bay, and I say it slowly. I don't know how you say it fast, but you probably have said it so many times. It's now muscle. Yeah, exactly. Like toy boat, toy boat, toy boat. So there's a puzzle that has not been completed by most people, or you said you've observed.
I've never seen anyone do the puzzle.
Right. So
yeah.
Do you have Easter eggs in any of your worlds that have been undiscovered, or maybe thinking about putting Easter eggs that don't have to be part of the puzzle, but just something fun that they can discover? Like you said something about in the Zap shooting the wall and it moves or something.
Oh yeah. Oh no, that wasn't an Easter egg. That was going to be part of the world of the team mechanic. There currently aren't any Easter eggs. You have to be careful with Easter eggs because they can turn into red herrings, and like you don't want anyone to ever accidentally do them. I have done Easter eggs in the past. I really thought about it a ton with Starship. So I was actually thinking of when Starship first released, for the first week, it would only be available if you solved a puzzle, and the puzzle was sprinkled in a few of the other escape worlds. So basically, go find the secret thing. That's your key into Starship. I won't explain all the details of why I didn't do it here. Just a long conversation and stuff I'm still noodling over. But I really do like the idea. I've been thinking a lot lately. We showed how in Brainbreaker Bay you start off in the bedroom and there was a door. I've been thinking a lot about lately the idea of being able to go through that door. Don't know why. I just think it'd be cool and something there. So yeah, I might put Easter eggs or stuff, but I don't think they would be Easter eggs. I think they would just be puzzles. And like any puzzle, you got to make sure there's a clear goal. You got to make sure you show them to folks. I'm not really interested in VIP stuff at the moment. Like if I make a puzzle, the last thing I want to do is have only 2 people play it. Like and I think there are values to VIPs. Like there's nothing negative about it, but right now I'm just in this mode of like everyone should do this puzzle. And so whenever I'm like, here's a secret room with a cool thing, I'm like, but if it's really cool, then everyone should get to see it. But I do like the idea of macro stuff. I really like the idea of giving people a reason to go back. I think also if you put stuff in an escape room, it gives people a reason to really appreciate the detail if you make them really, really study it. But I also like the idea of them being self-contained and closed. So I kind of go back and forth on that. But I definitely think about putting an extra secret ending in Starship, or you can go through the door in Brainbreaker. I'm not aware of something no one has discovered. There was something years ago I put in an escape room somewhere else that did take a few months before anyone found. And yeah, basically I just put a message. First one to find this and message me gets a sneak peek at my next world. And then I completely forgot about it. And 6 months later, someone messaged me. And I was like, oh, that world's been out for months, but I can show you what I'm working on now. It was apparently too hard to find. But.
Well, I ask because recently I think there was an Easter egg somebody found in Windows 95, which math 95 till now. I guess that's 27 years. Did I do that right?
Hey.
Yeah. So that's why I asked about the Easter eggs, and I thought maybe it was curious that an Easter egg to you might be a wasted puzzle or just wasted effort, or like you said, a red herring. So it's really good insight to think about that. But one thing I wanted to kind of ask you, people kind of know you as like you make puzzles, you make puzzle worlds. Waffle World displays all of your worlds, but you do have worlds that aren't puzzles, like Zap Zap, Zap Zap Future, or whatever words. So did you create those words as a break from puzzles, or were they just a puzzle that you decided not to pursue and turned it into a game? Like, tell me about those 3 worlds, or if there's more worlds coming that are not puzzles that you're interested in.
Yeah. None of those were puzzles. I've never once been making a world and said, this isn't working, let's turn it into something else. From puzzle to not puzzle. And
what if it was a Western?
They're definitely not a... They're definitely... Then, all right, let's change everything to a Western. Actually, I did help design some of the puzzles in Bank Heist that was built by Horizon, so I guess that's my exposure to Westerns.
But it's a good one.
I didn't actually build it. I just sketched some notes and gave some kind of puzzle feedback to those that did. But
very cool.
And I don't see the puzzles as breaks. It's not like, oh my god, I'm tired from puzzles. It's funny because like I do prototype stuff all the time that aren't puzzles. Like I had an idea months ago of could you make a world where some players are bigger than others, and Horizon doesn't have an official way to do that, but it was like I want to build that just to know if it's possible. So I do have a lot of times where I go build stuff like that. And so I think part of the motivation for Last Candy Standing was I was just kind of like doing some little prototype and then got a little bit carried away. But there was also a lot of conversation around that time around mini games. And so like I made Last Candy Standing and Monkey Moves, which is in World Hop, just to really like make sure I had my head fully wrapped around mini games. we'll talk about Zap Zap because that's in a second. But for whatever words, that one's really simple. I was hanging out with my family, and for some, I don't know, Thanksgiving or whatever it was, and over the course of that trip, we played Cards Against Humanity. We played Jackbox. I think we played some Pictionary, and so we were playing some of these just different games. And I think I showed this to Lakes. I made a world where you could draw 3D shapes. So there was actually a pen and you could draw a cylinder or a cube. I should finish that. And then there was a prompt that would appear. Confetti. And so it was basically like the prompt would be like something you do at the beach, and then you could draw shapes. And I realized there's going to be a huge amount of work to actually make a good 3D drawing tool, let alone times however many players there are. But I was basically like, I think I could build a prompt system. So then on the side, just for a couple of weeks, I just had this prompt that would just generate sentences that I just kept tweaking and being like, what am I doing with this? I don't know, but the sentences it produces makes me giggle, and that's fun, so I'm just going to keep doing it. And then at some point in time, I was just like, oh, I think there's a simple word game you can build out of this. And then I made a very simple, quick and dirty version of whatever words. It was only 4 players. You stood in a line in like these cubicles. I know you played it. And it was very janky, but people were laughing and having fun. And so I was like, cool, all right, it's working. And so then I used that as an opportunity to use that find the fun mentality of let a game tell you how to build it to try to build a non-puzzle thing. And then my motivation for Zap Zap was just I overheard a few people talking about the fact that Horizon could not build a good laser tag world or build a shooter world, and I was like, is that really true? Like has anyone tried spending the hundreds of hours it takes? Like maybe it can. And so I built a world that no longer exists. It's basically a predecessor to Zap Zap Alpha. So I built this little tiny thing and then was like, oh, you can definitely build a shooter farther than anyone thinks. And so then I kept working on it, which became Zap Zap Alpha, and then kept working on that, which became Zap Zap Beta, which is now just called Zap Zap. Then I started working on Zap Zap Gamma, Zap Zap Delta. This was part of my secret ploy to teach everyone the Greek alphabet. I'm just kidding. But then I made Zap Zap Delta, which is now called Zap Zap Future, and just kept trying to push on like how far could you push it. But it really just the motivation was there of hearing a bunch of folks saying it can't be done, the tools aren't yet ready. They weren't ready. That was already like 2-ish years ago, but was just really motivated by the intellectual question of how close could you get. I had no interest in publishing it, no interest of really doing anything with it. It was just like an academic study. But then when I brought people in to play test it, I think the first group I play tested, they were like in there for 3 hours. And I was like, wow, okay, this is actually really fun. And find the fun.
Yeah.
Let a world show you how to make it fun.
I spent at least 100 hours in Zap Zap. No joke.
Yeah, it's
me
it's
too.
If they had insights on that, I could, we all probably. And the interesting thing was, Zap Zap technically wasn't a puzzle per se, but you needed 4 people to unlock the ability to play Zap Zap, which obviously encouraged a group to go into it. But I kind of related that to the yeah, right. So Burn Buns has been wanting to know, as far as how do you manage your calendar? Like, I know you have your day job or whatever you do for money. You have your time spent making worlds, building worlds, play testing, hours upon hours, your family time. You've mentioned all of these things that you're juggling, and you seem like everything seems to just be managing well. Are you doing this on a paper calendar and like your Google Calendar? Are you just conscious of time and take separation breaks? Like, what are you doing to manage all of these things, and how do you keep it straight?
Oh, this is probably a whole giant topic for another day. But I'll give the short version of the answer. This is getting really far from puzzles. Every week, I have 2 meetings that I call a one-on-self. So I think everyone knows what a one-on-one is. It's 2 people meeting. So I have a meeting called a one-on-self. It's an hour long, and I do them twice a week. And the entire purpose of that meeting is to see what I'm not seeing. Right, so it's not just sit down and catch up on the few emails I'm missing. The entire purpose is literally, what am I missing? And so in those, I sit down and I just look at where's my time going? Is there something I keep saying I'm going to do that's not getting done? Is there something that suddenly has overtaken all of my time? And in the past, I used to just try to like keep a calendar, but then the calendar just gets so full of stuff. Then you start being like, well, how do I manage a filled calendar? And so instead, I just tried to spend a lot of time having the macro problem, which is seeing the big picture. And so I've been doing these 2 one-on-self style meetings a week for, I think, 11 years now. It's a great way to get to know yourself really, really, really well. But I've just then end up through that time building a bunch of frameworks and tools I have. And so one of the most useful tools that I've found in managing how I do things is buckets of time that don't spread between each other. And so what I mean by that is, like, there's a bunch of time I sleep. We don't turn the sleep time into anything else. Like, I'm not gonna be like, you know what, I'll just like not sleep and do this other thing. So the amount of sleep time I try to look at is a protected bucket. I have another bucket that is pure fun. The pure fun bucket is stuff I do that has no goals, no constraints, no deliveries, right? So like I'm now watching Moon Knight, the newest Marvel show on Disney Plus. That is in the fun bucket. And so I have another bucket, which is structured growth. This bucket is where I put, if I, like right now I'm currently trying to learn Japanese. I'm working my way through a math textbook. Now, when I say I'm working through a math textbook, I do about 1 problem a week. But like these are hard problems, so they take like an hour or 2 to do. But so this morning I went to a coffee shop and for an hour and a half did my math, and then that was it for the week. But like but just being reasonable about like an hour a week is okay. I'm not going to try to do more. I'm not going to try to do less. But so then I come up with these buckets and I pay attention to them. And so like when I started being like, oh, there's a really advanced math textbook I want to start to work through. You know, a lot of people are like, oh, I can't do math. I don't have time. And they're going to spend 3 hours worrying about how the hell do I do the time. I will spend those 3 hours trying to come up with a plan. And so I looked at and said, I'm going to do an hour every week. If I ever go 3 weeks without doing that hour, I'm going to remove this from my list of things I'm doing. Let's just be honest. If I can't make the time, I'm not doing it. And so then I just watch those and observe those. And so when I started working on Starship Survival, I sat down and said, I'm about to go deep into an escape room. I like to see a movie every week. Done, canceled, not until Starship Survival's done. I was reading a book. Done, paused until Starship Survival is done. Because those are in the like fun bucket. They're not passive entertainment. That's like what I do at the gym or watching TV. But those are in like the kind of like structured fun. And so I was like, if I want to suddenly go make an escape room, it's either less Japanese or less movies or whatever. And I think the mistake a lot of people make, and what I used to make, is to just try to do it all, and stuff just falls on the floor, and you're like, oh, and it's like this weird stressful of trying to juggle. And so I just try to look at it up front of, if I stop doing a thing, what's going to take its place? If I want to start doing a thing, what's going to replace it? And I manage and track that time. And I think we have to be very reasonable of, you know, if a person wants to have a family or doesn't, or they want to travel, or they, you know, want to be really career focused and try to climb the ladder, like, you can only have a few of those. And so so like whenever I'm in an escape room, earlier today I talked about the notion of getting over the hump, where I'm like, I am now just going to like run this escape room to the finish line. Part of me asking the question of, is this escape room over the hump, is I say, am I willing to pause all of the other stuff in that bucket until this is done? Because if I can't, the escape room's going to linger. It's never going to happen. I'm going to be on again, off again, off. And so once I basically be like, I'm okay seeing no movies, no TV shows, not reading a lot of the news, not watching YouTube, and routing all of that time into this escape room, that's when I know, like, it's, you know, I guess like Lake's like, it's escape room time, right? Like you're just like in that zone. And
it's a great impression.
And until then, I just
be
honest with myself. Like, I think the one thing I'll say, which I think it's very very deep in my philosophy is I think as people this is more like deep land, but I think as people we spend a lot of time lying to ourselves, and it's one of the biggest sources of our stress. And so like I've seen people who will literally spend 10 hours a week nervous and anxious and freaked out about how much they have to do. And it's like, okay, but you could have used those 10 hours on some of that stuff. And so an interesting thing is, I recently was like, I want to start going to the gym regularly. And I was like, okay, I don't want to spend the next 3 months going to the gym, not going to the gym, going to the gym, not going to the gym, feeling like I'm terrible, feeling like I'm winning, and having this giant internal struggle. Like, I'm either going to start going and commit to it, or I'm not ready. And I actually did this about a year ago. I was like, I'm not ready. 6 months ago, I'm not ready. I just, in my head, couldn't see that I was ready. So I'm not going to myself and waste all of that energy and time lying that I'm ready to commit to this thing. And then one day I woke up and I'm like, I think I'm ready to go to the gym every day. That, or a few times a week. But like that time means I can't do these other things, fewer movies, fewer TV shows. Like, I'm going to have to experiment. Is it morning? Is it nights? When is it? I feel ready and motivated to do the work. Let's do it. And so it's, I think one of the most powerful things you can do, going back to Burns' original question, when it comes to time management, is be realistic, be structured, be methodical. It's funny because you were saying like, wow, I'm doing all of these things. But the way I look at it is I do an hour of math a week, Saturdays. I do 30 minutes a day of learning Japanese. I'm currently watching Moon Knight. It's my only TV show. And all other free time is world building or stuff like that. And like, that's it. But I think it seems like a lot because like I might suddenly wake up next week and be like, I'm going to do 0 world building next week. And I'm going to spend all of that time teaching math to create Horizon just because that's fun. But you can't do it all at once and you just balance it out. And it goes back to the same thing I said as to creativity of creativity comes from sitting down and spending lots and lots of time on bad ideas and filtering through them. Time management, doing lots of things, requires sitting down and spending a lot of time listening to yourself, coming up with processes, figuring out what's working for you, what's not, building habits. And that, it might take 50 hours to learn how to manage a calendar, but you only have to do that once. And so if you do that, the rest of your life reaps benefit from that. And so I think like the meta macro thing I'll say is my general philosophy is if I were struggling with a calendar, I wouldn't say, I need to organize my time. I would say I need to learn how to organize time. Then I go start watching YouTube videos on time management, planning, some inspiring talk. And even if all of the advice I just is in one ear and out the other, it just helps me get in the mindset of the meta problem. And that the meta space is usually an easier space to solve problems. So if someone says, how do I go to the gym 3 times a week? That's a really hard problem. But if you ask the question, what does it take for me as a person to do anything 3 times a week? That question will pay dividends many times.
Comment that I hope won't be too
Go for
long.
it. I'm gonna slide out of scale. So Waffle, step forward a little
Hey
bit.
y'all, welcome
I'm
back.
gonna slide out.
Sorry about that. So first off, I just want to say, Waffle JT says you just blew his mind. Burnbun says this is gold and the hardest puzzle of all, managing your time. So thank you so much for sharing that amazing advice. I also wanted to throw back to kind of a thought about your the box building world. I loved the world you had built where it was kind of like a what is that called? Where you draw the shapes and then you were kind of like trying to solve to the riddle, like
Oh, it
Pictionary,
was
right?
kind of like Pictionary. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And so I was thinking about that, and most recently, there's been a lot of worlds that have been using the pen tool, where you just put a trail effects with unlimited, and you can like button press to turn it off and on. It might be easier to do that same game with just a few pens lying around, although maybe that's not what you want to go for. But I really loved the drawing of shapes that you did as well. I thought that was really cool.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, and definitely with the proliferation of pens lately, I've definitely been thinking about like, oh, what can you do with those? So it
Yeah.
is a good idea.
And it brought me to this thought. I was thinking about that though, that we've heard about a lot of really complex puzzles, like things that blow my mind just watching how you've done, some really, really incredible scripting here. And I think for many users, most users maybe, they're maybe a little too elaborate. And so one of my good friends, Habiter, who's got a door featured on this pillar as well, he suggests thinking about things in a more simple terms. For instance, if you wanted to build an escape room but didn't have any scripting skills and you knew how to build in Horizon, you could make an object grabbable like this tree, and it could be blocking the door, but if you grab it, it reveals the door to leave. And so I just wanted to kind of encourage you to think about things in kind of a basic format as you do go through creating your worlds. And thank you everybody who's kind of joined the stream. It looks like we got quite a few people came here at the end, and thank you guys all for showing up here. We've actually got 4.5 hours of this awesome gold with WaffleCopters, so please check it out. It is on the Meta Horizon Worlds YouTube channel, and you can go rewatch it, rewind it. I know Oculus and I, who've been here the entire time, are going to put it on in the background while we're working because it's so good. We
100%.
want to listen to it again for sure. And if you like this content and want more, and you're already through your second time watching it, check out the one by Victor Riddle from a couple weeks ago. It's currently available on the Video Facebook page. It is coming to this channel probably in the next month or so. But again, thank you so much to WaffleCopters.
Yeah, thank you for having
this amazing talk.
Sub to Meta.
Yes,
Horizon
please
Worlds.
like,
Subscribe and
make sure to
like.
comment, let us know that you guys enjoyed this content so we can bring more to you. Bye. All right, I'm gonna wait till my hands wave, and then I'll hit the end stream button, and then I'll let you know that you can close it.